Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to BeerX Online. This is day 2. Hope everybody enjoyed the sessions yesterday. We've got more excellent content talks coming up for you today and indeed tomorrow as well. Great to see lots of people at the networking session last night. Good to have a beer with some of you, but of course, I'll look forward to having a beer with you in person a little later in the year, hopefully. The first session that we've got up for you this morning is with our Head of Communications, Neil Walker. Neil's going to be talking about web shops and how to optimize your web shop, because of course, not all web shops are created equal. I've certainly been buying a lot of beer from you guys over the past year. It's certainly kept me going, but tune in. Neil's going to talk us through, if I turn my volume off, because I'm over there. Neil's going to talk us through how to optimize your web shop and how to get the best sales and make it as user-friendly as possible. So over to you, Neil.
Thanks, James. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, as James said, this stemmed from an article which I wrote for the SIBA Journal just before Christmas, and that was all about optimizing your web shop, making the customer experience as kind of smooth and easy as possible, just not creating any barriers for the sales on your website. I know, a lot of businesses have got into selling through the websites for the first time, and there's really simple kind of tweaks that you can make that will improve that experience for customers. So, I'm not a web developer. If you've got questions about kind of coding and HTML and all that sort of stuff, I'm not your man. But I would say that, my experience in terms of, first of all, marketing and communications in the beer industry, but also, the experience I've had at SIBA, I've looked at more web shops and more of our members' web shops than I think anybody else on the planet. And there's a big difference between the ones which work smoothly and the ones which are a little bit clunky. And actually that will massively affect the sales that you get. Next slide, please, Jenna. Sorry, one second, just getting my slides sorted. So yeah, 2020, a very different year for the beer industry. We had more people selling online than ever before. We had 70% of breweries offering new delivery or takeaway services. 61% of breweries now offering free local delivery to communities, so to the local area, and a 55% increase in online beer sales. I mean, I would say that 55% actually is probably a little bit misleading. That's a kind of average number. So you can have some businesses who are selling 100% increase because they never sold online before. And equally, some businesses that were already geared up to be in a good position. So people like Signature Brew, already put beer into small pack, already have a decent website. They could kind of flex the business to selling online, and actually their numbers, I imagine, would be well over 100%. There's some businesses, I think Black Sheep put something out on a press release, thousands of percents increase on their online beer sales. So clearly it favored businesses which were already putting beer into small pack. We know that SIBA members, around 80% of the beer you produce goes into pubs. So actually, there's lots of businesses which didn't do any small pack before, and clearly you're at a massive disadvantage if that was the case. I do think that during 2020, lots of businesses kind of looked into how they could do it, looked how they could get the beer into small pack, and looked into how they could develop their websites. And for the businesses that couldn't do that, couldn't develop their websites, there's services such as Brew to You and Beer is Here, which were industry kind of services, developments that we worked with and supported that allowed businesses to get online. Next slide, please. So obviously that was 2020. It's now 2021. What about now? Pubs are hopefully opening relatively soon. Things should get back to normal. Yes, but actually I think that it's fundamentally changed the industry for the better, potentially. This was research which came out from Harper's at the beginning of the year, and actually it showed that 74%, we're up 74% year on year for online sales of beer, wine and spirits as of January 2021. That dropped a little bit in February, perhaps with the kind of the hope that pubs are opening. That went down to about 69%, I think. But I think actually, people have got used to buying online. They've got used to buying a burger from their restaurant down the road and buying a couple of cans of beer along with that. They've got used to going onto their local brewery's website and getting some beer delivered for the weekend. So I really do think that 2020 kind of normalized the buying of alcohol, in the way that people are so used to services like Amazon for a wide variety of products. Alcohol seems to be a different one. People tend to buy alcohol from specialist shops, or they tend to buy it from supermarkets, but actually the last 12 months has changed that, and consumers are continuing to go direct. it's really important that we as an industry support independent retailers, bottle shops, all that sort of stuff. Also, online retailers as well, they're independent. But direct to consumer sales is a really, really important sales channel for breweries. And I think much in the same way as a couple of years ago, we were talking about tap rooms and saying, if you want a kind of on-trade sales route to market, then you've got to have a tap room. I think if you want some direct consumer sales, then having your own web shop is absolutely essential. Next slide, please. So yeah, what we're talking about really in this session, well, it all boils down really to what do customers want. What do they want when they go to your website? And you'll see this terminology used quite a bit of UX. It basically just means user experience. Or in our case for this, it means customer experience. And what customers want really, they want it to be fast to load. So when they first come to your website, they want it to load quickly. Obviously, that means optimizing all of the images on there. Well, what does that actually mean? It doesn't just mean making the images as small as possible, because you want the images to look good on different computers. The industry standard used to be around 72 dpi, which was dots per inch, which is a little bit archaic because that's kind of print terminology. But what really matters is your pixels. So think in pixels. We're talking about websites, think in pixels. And a really, really good rule of thumb that I use is essentially you want your image to be double the amount of pixels that it's going to appear on screen. So if you've got an image which is 200 pixels by 200 pixels on your website, on your screen, that's a kind of rough kind of thumbnail size. If you've got beers on your page, on your website, they might be around 200 pixels, 200 pixels. If you save that image at 400 pixels by 400 pixels, what that does is it ensures it's going to look great on every single system. People who've got iPhones, or people who've got iMacs, or people who've just got really good computers, they use Retina displays. They have kind of double pixel size displays. That image is going to look great on their system. It's going to look great when someone's kind of zoomed in on their iPhone, but it's also going to look great on a normal computer. It's still not a massive file size though. So, 400 pixels is not huge. What you don't want is something that's a 200 pixel image, but actually it's 1,000 pixels, because you're just going to make that page incredibly slow to load. You also want clear navigation. So you want really prominent kind of top navigation that's in an order that people expect. When I kind of go to a website, I really want to get straight into the beers, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. But while we're still on this slide, we want to get straight in there. We want clear navigation. We want simple, useful filters for the beers. So I can click, I want to see all the beers, and I want to see how I can kind of filter and filter down those beers. Hover highlights are great as well. It kind of just gives feedback on people. So if you're on the desktop and you're kind of hovering over the navigation, it'll light up that button. It just gives feedback to people that actually, this is working. If you want to click this, you can click it. And that just really helps. And just use an expected layout. Don't reinvent the wheel. People are used to websites being laid out in a certain way. And that means things like all of your social links kind of at the bottom of the page, clear navigation towards the top left, which you kind of go to the home page, and also the web shop and things like that. So just keep it simple. Be consistent. So have a consistent layout across the whole of the website. Is the navigation the same on every page? If I go to the web shop, is that an entirely different layout and navigation to the other pages? If it isn't, it just jars with people and it just slows down the process. So if they move to a new page and all of a sudden it's entirely different to the one they've just been on, first of all, they have to kind of relearn very quickly how to use that page, and that annoys people. But also it just makes them think a little bit, and you just want a nice smooth flow between all of your pages. I mean, if you've got some very special beers that you really want to shout about, you really want to put more detail in, you can absolutely do that, and you can give more space to certain beers, but just lay them out in a similar way to the other pages. Very simple point of view, but be consistent. Keep the fonts, keep the colors, keep everything like that the same, the design on the same of each of the pages. Again, it just jars with people if they're moving across. Keep a familiar interface. This is a little bit like the clear navigation, but just keep it familiar. And a really good way to do that is to use icons that people are used to. People are used to using the plus minus icons for increasing the number of products they want to add to a basket. So if you've got a beer there, plus minus icon underneath, and then add to basket, people understand that means I can go, right, I want to add 1, 2, 3, add to basket. Nice and easy. Use symbols are out there. Use the kind of familiar interface that people are used to. Make it easy for people to spend money. So you want to make it as easy as possible for people to fill up that basket of beers. That first of all includes including things like multi-buy. So you can have a page of your products, and you might not have many beers. You might only actually have 6 beers that you've got in small pack, but you can put kind of different multi-packs. You can put different combinations. You could put a kind of like hop selection, dark beer collection, classic range. Some of these could be 3, 4, 6, whatever beers bundled together, and then with one click they can add those to the basket, and already they're quickly kind of adding up the basket. I do think if people have kind of, unless you've got a really huge range of beers, or something like Honest Brew, something like that, they've got an incredible range of independent beers. If you're an individual business, you're unlikely to have 10, 20, 30 different beers. So making people click individual beers and add those to basket to fill up that basket is going to take an incredible amount of time. It's just going to slow people down. So let them kind of jump the queue, let them kind of bulk buy, so to speak. Don't ask them, are they sure, when they add to basket. I've seen this on a few websites. So you click, this beer plus add to basket, pop-up comes up, would you like to add this beer to your basket? Well, yes, because that's why they've clicked the button. And you don't need at that point to kind of make people second guess. There's going to be plenty of that later on when they see how much it's going to cost, they see delivery, all that sort of stuff. There's going to be other things that stop them. So don't stop them at the first hurdle. Another thing on make it easy to spend money. Make that checkout process really smooth, really simple. I think there's a good rule of thumb, to be honest. So I've got a bit of a cough, so I apologize. As a good rule of thumb, if they're having to grab the bank card, then you've probably already failed. You want some sort of integration in there to make it as easy as possible. Apple Pay, GPay are absolutely brilliant, but also services like PayPal, they just save the people's details. They mean that they can order straight away just with their email address, and they can make that checkout really smooth, really simple, and they don't have to go get the bank card. Personally, there's been situations where I've been to buy something, I've had to go get my bank card, and I've actually, been distracted, forgotten about it, and ended up not doing the sale. And there'll be lots of customers of yours that are exactly the same. So try and get that integration, try and make it as simple as possible. And the last one on this page, I won't be spending as long on every slide as this one. There's quite a bit to get through on this one, is real-time feedback. So that sounds quite complicated, but actually it just means that when people make actions on your web shop, so things like adding to basket, does something happen? So if I click add to basket, does the icon in the top right flash and show 2 beers added to basket? That just reassures the customer that something has happened. There's nothing more frustrating than if you click to add to basket, nothing happens, you go to select it, it is there, you come back and you've lost your place as to where you are. So that can be really frustrating for customers. So just have a responsive design. Well, obviously, once they're doing that checkout, then they want to get an email confirmation, all that stuff straight away. But just make sure it works in the way that people expect. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is really getting into the kind of, so what's going to happen? What should my website look like? What should happen when people visit it? For me, I think get them straight into the web shop. There's a couple of different ways you can do it. I've showed North Brewing Company here and Utopian. North do it where they have a very simple homepage. There's links to everything on the website there. So if you want to find out more about them, you want to find out news, you can absolutely do that. But the most prominent thing there is taproom now open. Come and spend some money at the taproom. Buy from our web shop. Come and spend some money at the web shop. Utopian do it slightly differently. So they have a pop-up which says visit the shop. Other businesses do it even more, kind of throw you straight in. So in Cloudwater, you get thrown straight into the web shop. On Siren, you get thrown straight into the web shop as well. It's absolutely fine. Most people are going to be navigating to your website to hopefully try and buy some beer, or to certainly find out more beer, find out more about your beer. Personally, I don't really like it when I go to a website and there's an about beer section and then a web shop section. I personally don't think you need to do that. If I'm reading about a beer, I want the option to be able to buy that beer and to add it to my basket. So I would combine those 2 pages. I would have our beers and shop as a kind of integrated process. Next slide, please. Yeah, show them the beers. So, when I get through to that web shop, I want to see all the beers. What I don't want is to get through to the web shop and then have a load of options, kind of, read about our barley wines, read about our new lager program, read about our this, or this is our core range, and then you jump in between sections. And breweries do this quite a bit. So they'll have kind of, they'll have the core range of beers. They'll have perhaps their more expensive beers. So, barley wines, imperial stouts, perhaps kind of barrel aged beers in a different section, another section, other things. And you have to kind of jump between them. Obviously adding them all to the same basket, but you have to kind of jump between those sections. And for me, I think that's the wrong way to go. I think, as you can see on Siren's website here, it throws you straight in with all of the beers, and actually every single product they have is on that page. There's numbers at the bottom because they've got a lot of products, so you can jump onto the next page. I think this is ordered by the most recent or something like that. But they've got lots of filters. So if I jump to this page and I know exactly what I want to see barrel aged beers, I want to see very high ABV beers, something like that, I can do that. I can filter by beer style. That's a really, really good way of doing it. I think that's much better than kind of sectioning it off. As a rule of thumb, you want to be trying to reduce clicks. So if you imagine a website, starting from the beginning, where I'm going straight into the web shop as soon as I get there, and then I can click on one of these beers and I can add them to basket straight away. That's 2 clicks and I'm already shopping. Compare that to another website where actually you might go to the website, onto the homepage, click onto the web shop, click onto core range, click onto a beer, and that takes you to another page when you can then add them to your basket. That's 5 or 6 clicks compared to 2. So I think just get them straight in there, and actually on the beers, make it very easy for them to add them to the basket. Next slide, please. So yeah, just talk about this. So, navigation is really important, and, you should try and get that within 3 clicks, really. You want to get people into buying the beers really quickly. But user experience is important. And as I said earlier, having that kind of feedback is really important. So people will click more and will kind of explore the website a little bit more if it moves smoothly, if it does what they expect, if the design and the kind of feel of that website reassures them that it's a quality website, the beer is probably going to be quality as well. So, have a rule of thumb, try and get people adding to basket within 3 clicks. But if there's a really good reason for that, or there's something else that you want to show which you think will persuade them to buy, then absolutely you can do that. Just make sure that you're kind of being consistent and keeping that journey consistent. Next slide, please. Filling the basket should be easy. So we already talked about this a little bit ago, but personally, I think, first of all, showing all the beers. Got the Brewdog website here, showing all the beers. They've got lots of bulk buy options on there. They've got an incredible amount of beer options you can buy on there, as you can imagine, but lots of bulk buy options. So filling that basket is really easy. But underneath every single beer, you'll notice that plus minus icon and also that add to basket icon. That is, for me, that's the gold standard of what you should be doing. If you can get that underneath every single beer, you're going to make it incredibly fast and easy for people to fill the basket. And you're also going to allow them to fill the basket with kind of bulk buy options. There's nothing more frustrating than when you see a page like this and there's no add to basket icon underneath that beer, and then I have to then click the beer itself. That opens up a separate page, and on that page I can then add to basket. When you navigate back, it's very frustrating. It's particularly frustrating if when you navigate back, it then takes you back to the top instead of to where you were on the page. That's another thing I'll mention later on. But yeah, just make it nice and easy for people to fill the basket. Get those add to basket icons on every single beer where possible. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just a really good demonstration of that real-time feedback that I mentioned, and it just reassures customers. I thought, I was playing around with the website when I was going to do my research for this talk, and I really liked the way that Brewdog had done this. So when you add to basket on this, it kind of flashes up the icon on the top right. That icon updates. That icon is also a button. So I'm talking about the cart icon on the top right of this page. That's also a button. So if I click that cart button, it doesn't take me through to a whole separate basket page. All it does, it pops up this little pop-up on the bottom right. So if I'm ready, I can check out immediately. You can check out with PayPal, you can check out with a bank card, credit card, whatever you want. Or you can click view full basket and you can get a really detailed view of what's in there. I just thought it was a really nice function. Sometimes people are going to want to come on and they're just going to go, yeah, do you know what? I just want a case of 48 beers. Here you go, add to basket. Yep, check out there, bang, done. Other people, if they're really interested in finding lots of different beers, adding them all to basket, doing all that sort of stuff, they might want to look in more detail. So all of the options are there. I can increase, decrease the quantity of the beers that are in that basket of individual beers. I can view more information. I can go to the full checkout page. But this kind of little pop-up that's on the right-hand side, this appears on top of that kind of main page. So it's just a really nice way of doing it. I think if you can keep people on the page where they can select the beers and add the beers to basket for the longest amount of time, you're putting yourself in a good position. If you're continually jumping them around the website, it's going to be quite frustrating. And yeah, a pop-up like that is a really nice way to do it. That's worth it. Go and have a look at that. I thought it was a really nice solution. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how much information do customers actually need? You know, I've talked a lot about, you know, just show them the beers, just have the add to basket icon, but clearly, you know, you guys are producing really complex, really interesting beers that you're incredibly proud of, and you want the consumer, you want the customer to understand what those beers are about. You want them to, you know the story of the beer, the kind of the tasting notes of the beer. This, for me, I think this is a really, really good example of a more information kind of pop-up. So this is from the Gypsy Hill website. It was one of the things where they were actually talking about one of their new beers that launched. You know, from that kind of main page that we saw with Brewdog or with Siren, if you then click the actual beer itself, not the add to basket icon, but click the beer itself, seeing something like this, I think is exactly what customers want. So there's, you know, fill the basket fast with bulk options. So you can either just add one can, you can add a 4-pack, nice little function. Again, those plus icons, so they can add more than one to the basket and it adjusts that price accordingly. So it's slightly cheaper to buy the 4-pack, you know, per beer. Really nice function. Again, encouraging people to fill the basket with more beer and more quickly. I really like what they've done with the tasting notes on this as well. I think, for me, you know, if you can explain your beer in 3 words, then you've done pretty well. You know, you've got something like a West Coast IPA. You might say, you know, piney, clean, bitter, or piney, resinous, bitter, something like that. What they've done here is actually done with a couple of symbols. So, you know, fruity, fresh. It's nice. I mean, you know, they're not the most elegant of symbols, but actually that gets it across quite well. If somebody wants more information, so they want to know what hops are in there, they want to know really what this tastes like, the kind of more complex tasting notes are there underneath as well. I thought it was a really nice solution. And this does still have the more info icon. So if they really, really want to know even more than what this pop-up is showing them, then they can click more info, and you've got an individual page for each beer that you've got on sale. But people should kind of have to work a little bit, I think, to get to that full, you know, full spec, full information page. Most people just want to know a little bit of information to find out whether they're going to like it, and then they can add it to the basket. So just give people those options. So just to run through that process again. So you've got your main page, which has got single image of the beer, add to basket plus minus icons. You click the image of the beer, it brings up something like this. If they still want more information, you might want to think about having a 3rd page, which has got loads and loads of information. But I think for most people, this is probably enough information. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, I've shown kind of mobile optimization on a few of these websites. A lot of the kind of built-in software. So we use WordPress on the SIBA website, which is pretty decent. There's other websites like Wix and things like that you can use. But whatever you're doing, so whether it's done through one of those websites, those third-party companies that kind of do the work for you, or whether it's a web development company, it has got to work on mobile. I mean, these figures change, and they change slightly by industry. So, for example, for the fashion industry, it's up on 74%, 75% of sales go through mobile. But this is the kind of the industry average across all retail. 50% of sales is on mobile, and 64% of traffic is on mobile. So, you know, why is there that difference between the two? And I think what it is really is that people will browse on their phone, but if they're making a kind of bigger purchase, I don't think that really applies to beer, but if they're making a bigger purchase, something like a holiday or booking a hotel or something like that, quite often people will then get the laptop out and kind of look at the detail. I would suggest that there isn't the research on this, but my hunch is that for brewing, actually, I think the sales and the traffic are probably going to be about equal. And I would say it's probably higher than 50%. I do most of my purchasing from brewery websites using my phone. So it's got to be optimized, it's got to look good. And if you've got a simple layout, like the ones we've shown there, where it's just the beers on the page and the plus icons, the add to cart icons, they work great on mobile anyway. So yeah, just be thinking about that. Next slide, please. So the next thing about is, and it sounds a bit blunt this, but customers don't care about delivery until they're having to pay for it. You want to take the kind of thought process out of this a little bit. You know, I know that delivery costs are a massive kind of inconvenience and a massive worry for breweries. You know, if you're sending out a case of 24 cans of, you say, 330 ml or something like that, you're probably going to be paying about £8, something like that, for delivery. And the temptation there is to pass that cost on to the customer. I'd really advise against that. You know, if you can do local delivery options which are free, that's great. I think that has kind of become the industry standard. I mean, this is Big Smoke, which is my kind of local brewery. These guys are in Esher down in Surrey. And these guys do a free delivery within, you know, a couple of miles of the brewery, which I luckily am. But they also do a free delivery across the whole of the UK over £48, and I think that's pretty fair. I think most companies it's kind of around that £50 mark. You just need to price it into the beers. You know, if you're adding 25p onto every individual beer, which then allows you to offer free delivery, customers are not really going to notice that. But what they are going to notice is if those beers are, well, they're not going to notice the price originally, but if they're adding the beers to the basket and then they get to the end and they're kind of landed with an £8 delivery fee or £10 delivery fee, it just makes them second guess whether they should do it. And people do kind of then start to factor it into the price of the beer anyway. So you've not really helped yourself, I don't think. So just look at your numbers, work out how you can do it, and try and get that delivery cost included. I've actually seen some breweries increasing the amount of delivery charge with the more beers that you buy. And I mean, that is madness. And I've actually personally looked at websites, gone to buy some beers, increase the number of beers, the price is doubling. As soon as you go into the second case of beers, you then get another kind of £10 charge. I mean, at that point, customers are just not going to purchase. So I would really recommend thinking about that delivery cost and trying to factor it in. Next slide, please. Yeah, I mean, I kind of touched on this already, but just make your checkout process as fast as possible. This was the Lacon's brewery website. I really like Lacon's beers. I'm a bit of a fanboy for their kind of old aged beers. I think they're fantastic. They've never really sold online before, and they started doing that last year. And the guys that did this, I've got the name of the company later on, but yeah, the guys that did this, I think, did a really fantastic job. It's just really simple, you know. So the plus minus icons, that immediately adds them to basket. You press the minus icon, it immediately takes them out of the basket. Doesn't even need that add to cart icon. I thought that was really good. Also with the Apple Pay integration, you know, Google Pay integration, again, really quick. So it's add the beers to your basket. Do you want to pay? Yep, check out, double click, and you're done. All of your kind of details are saved in there. I've covered them up because I don't want everyone sending me hate mail. But yeah, all your delivery details are already saved in there. All of your kind of courier contact details, so your phone number, things like that. Your email are already saved. It's so much quicker. And I think if you can do that, particularly if people are buying on mobile, then it's expected. I think very few people, if they're making a purchase via mobile, are going to expect to have to go and get the bank card, or expect to go and have to get the bank details, whatever, to pay. It's become the industry standard. I think on desktop you've got a little bit more leniency, but if you can, you know, try and get that integration wherever possible. Next slide, please. So yeah, there's a little bit of a recap of what we've kind of covered today. These are the kind of big takeaways for me. I think the shop should be the first thing that customers see. I think if people want to find out more about the business, and you know, some people will want to do that, and if some people want to find out about the kind of foundation of, so the founding of the company and all that sort of stuff, and the history of how you got here, or perhaps a kind of deep dive into the way in which you brew your beers and things like that, or the location of the brewery, absolutely great. Have all that information on there. You know, you want to have an About Us page, you want to have the kind of news page where you've got kind of updates and blog entries, all that sort of stuff. But people will find that if they need it. If they're trying to shop, they want it to be quick, so get them straight into the shop. Secondly, display all those beers in one place. Don't have separate kind of pages for the different types of beers you have. I know that from a brewer's point of view, you kind of got your core range, which are your babies. Then you've got your more experimental stuff, which come in as seasonals. Absolutely fine to just drop them in on that web shop. Explain what they are, explain that it's a seasonal, perhaps with a highlight, something like that. But they don't need to be on a totally separate page. If people are having to navigate backwards and forwards between pages and between sections of the website, it's going to frustrate people. I mentioned this a lot, but yeah, include that add to basket for every single beer, and ideally add the plus and minus icons so that people can add more than one of that beer to the basket. Keep the number of clicks to a minimum, so ensure that the journey from entering the website to getting those beers in the basket is as quick as possible, but also have that integration of Apple Pay, Google Pay, that sort of thing. and offer free postage with a minimum spend. There's a couple of ways you can do it. Obviously, you can do it, spend £50 and it's free postage, or you can do fill a case of beers and it's free postage. You just got to see what works for your business, but I really, really would recommend doing that if at all possible. So next slide, please, and my final slide. So where should you go from here? As I say, I'm not a developer. The actual coding of the websites is not mine. So we would work with a kind of web developer to develop these sort of things. My view on this is the user experience. But your first step should be speaking to your web developer or web design team if you've got one, you're lucky enough to have one if it's like a bigger brewery, or speak to kind of beer specialists, like Lemon Top, who are great. They're SIBA Supplier Associate members, but also companies like Swig. Swig was a company that worked on the Lacon's website, and they got in touch with me actually and said, we're going to be launching this website. We'd love you to have a look at it, see if it works. And I gave them some feedback on that. Check out kind of off the shelf options. There's lots out there now. Wix is one of the big ones, but also Shopify and WooCommerce. I think WooCommerce again is what Lacon's use, and BigCommerce, which is a similar one. But also, I'm happy to preview. I'm happy to test your site. Email me, email our team. Have a look at the website. I can tell you what I think honestly. And we can improve your websites sometimes with little tweaks. And I appreciate that everyone's on different websites, everyone's on different systems. You're not going to be able to do everything immediately, but even little tweaks can make a huge difference. It could just be changing the tasting notes slightly to explain what the beer is. We have a habit as brewers to talk about the process and talk about the hops, but not talk about what they taste like. Little tweaks like that can make the user experience and customer experience much better, but also functionality and kind of flow through the website. I'm happy to have a test. So yeah, please do get in touch. Tell me if you want me to have a look at it. I'm here to help. I've not been looking at YouTube, but I think James might have some questions, and we've certainly got a little bit of time left if there are any questions. Yeah,
we have had a couple of questions through. I think just first to say, from my experience, I know I've been on brewery web shops in the past, and if there's even just one extra click that I have to make that seems superfluous or seems unnecessary, I have actually walked away from that site completely. I've gone, I'll sod it and click the X at the top, which is I know it's bad to admit, but making that journey as seamless as possible is something absolutely vital. One of the questions we had a little bit further up was from Ben, and it was around whether or not it was a legal requirement to have an age check on your website. Do you know anything about that, Neil?
I'm not sure. I think it is. I've not actually touched on age verification. Sometimes people do it at the very beginning of entering the website. It's certainly, you've got to have an age verification before you make any sort of purchase. So my recommendation would be absolutely have it before you enter in the web shop. And if you're throwing people straight into that web shop, they need to have your age verification straight away. To visit the kind of, if your homepage is about the brewery, or if it's just kind of some pictures of the brewery, whatever, then you're probably okay. But if the purchase item of it is going in straight away, then you need to have it. What I would say on that age verification though, keep it simple. You can absolutely just have, are you over 18? Please click here to say you are over 18. The ones where you've got to kind of physically put in your birth date and scroll down and things like that, I find really frustrating. And actually you don't need that information yet, because if they're making a purchase, you're going to get that information through the credit card details and bank card details, that sort of stuff. So yeah, just make it simple. But I'm not 100%. I think it is once you get to the purchase section of the website.
I took the liberty of looking up it through Trading Standards. So Trading Standards does advise that you ask for proof of age at the point that somebody enters the website, and indeed you need to get your courier to ask for it too. I've had a number of deliveries where I've actually proactively said to the courier dropping the beer off, "Do you need ID?" And they go, "No, it's all fine." So yeah, you need to do your due diligence, and you need to make sure that you're asking for that age. Otherwise, fines from Trading Standards can be pretty chunky. But we've shared some information in the chat box too.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't think we actually had any other kind of specific questions. We've had lots of comments about different couriers to use. APC seems to be the one that brewers favour the most. But apart from that, kind of no direct questions really.
Yeah, I think it's a good point actually about the couriers and the back end. What I haven't talked about here, and what is a really important part of this, is getting your kind of back end systems correct. So ensuring you're using the right courier, ensuring that you can do you can do the packing efficiently, you can get orders out quickly, all that sort of stuff. That is a whole different talk, unfortunately. We are actually looking to put together a guide on this, which will kind of pull together this side of things, which is the user experience side, but also some advice on that kind of logistics back end side as well. Improving that is a big part of this. But yeah, unfortunately, not time to cover that today.
It's a really good point here raised by Windsor and Eaton about integration with their Brewman software, another SIBA Supplier Associate Silver member, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, Shopify integrates with Brewman, so that might be another place that people want to look at too if you use that Brewman software, just so you've got all of your EPOS and your stock and everything else talking to each other. If you're a bigger operation like Windsor and Eaton. By all means, keep your questions coming through. I'm kind of keeping a look on this live now, but I don't think we have any more questions. So are we okay to break for the next session?
Yeah, only 10 minutes early, that's absolutely fine. And obviously, if anyone does have any kind of further questions, as I said, you want me to have a look at your website, perhaps you don't want to ask the question publicly now, but if you want me to look at your website in private, or have a look at something which is kind of due to launch or future changes, things like that, always available. Just neil.walker@siba.co.uk. Very happy to look at stuff like this. I love looking at brewery websites and making them better. So yeah, I'm happy to look at anything. Please just drop me an email.
All right, thank you, Neil. I hope everybody enjoyed that first session on day 2. Next session is at 11 o'clock with 3 individuals who are absolutely at the peak of their game when it comes to barrel aging and blending. So go and get yourselves a coffee and we'll be back at 11 o'clock.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. My name is Tim Sheehan, editor of the Brewers Journal, and we're here today to talk about the wonderful world of barrels and their role in the beer you produce. It's rather fitting that we have Rob Lovett of Thornbridge in today's session. It was actually a couple of years back. I was invited to visit Thornbridge, fortunate enough to be invited up to talk about their Serpent collaboration with Brooklyn Brewery. I think everyone can agree that tried that beer. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Fantastic beer. And during that time, Garrett Oliver, the brewmaster at Brooklyn Brewery, told me that putting beer in a barrel wasn't a magic way of improving that we have. Rob Lovett. It was you really needed to have a good base beer to start with. It wasn't a magic wand, and it wouldn't make a poor average beer great, but it could be a way of adding complexity, nuance, and flavor to an already fantastic base beer. And that's really kind of stuck with me in the years since. And like so many, I'm really big fan of the interplay between barrels and the liquid inside them. So I'm incredibly grateful today to be joined by three brewers that are really among the best in their field, and they also know a thing or two about working with barrels as well. So I'd like to welcome Rob Lovett from Thornbridge, Chris Pilkington, the head brewer at Põhjala, and also Colin Strong, the head brewer at Salt Beer Factory. So, gents, thank you for joining me today. And how are we all?
Very good, thank you.
Really good stuff. Good
Doing
stuff.
great.
So,
happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's over here. It's only 11 a.m. Maybe a little early, depending on who you ask. But I'm looking at those barrels. It's already making me thirsty. So yeah, I suppose it's obviously been a challenging year in the world of beer, and we could spend probably all day talking about that. But today, we really want to talk about the barrel-aged beers, which are just, as I would say, probably as more popular than they've ever been for good reasons. So I suppose Rob, starting with your good self, I mean, you able to maybe talk us through a beer, a beer where barrels have really played a big part, be it one of your own or a beer you've enjoyed elsewhere?
I suppose it's two really. I mean, our latest sort of barrel-aged venture has really been the most successful. Has been a beer called Necessary Evil, which is it's a bourbon barrel-aged stout at 13%, and I, like many of our beers, I've kind of tasted other people's beers and thought, just how fantastic they were, and that I would like to try and replicate, that beer with our own take on it. And Parabola in Firestone is one of those beers that I just thought was unbelievable when I first tried it, it's proved really, really successful. And the reason why it's called Necessary Evil was because everyone knows in the brewery that I don't really like dark beers so much. And my boss said, it's about time you brewed your own, big stout. So this is why I decided on this beer, and it's been really, really successful for us, and it continues to be. And we're looking at different variants on it all the time, and I think people always want to try the next one, don't they? They're not satisfied with just sort of the base beer. They always want to try a variant of it, and I think that bourbon barrels, I don't think they breathe anywhere, because there's tar inside them. They're charred, not tar. They're charred, and they don't breathe as well, but they certainly have their own special character, from the bourbon itself. And they're quite easy to get hold of, bourbon barrels, compared to a lot of other barrels as well. And also they don't. What we found is a lot of the other beers that we brewed, we had to blend quite a lot, but the bourbon barrels, you don't necessarily have to blend with them. What goes in can come straight out again. And it's easier. The sour beers that we made before there was a lot of trial and error with those beers, and things could go wrong, and you'd have to ditch barrels as well. I think with the stouts in these barrels, it's more consistent, and the aging is less as well, because you're not waiting for the gravity to get really, really low. It's just, I mean, up there at 13%, it's struggled to ferment it. We've definitely had problems with that, and prop various yeasts to try and make sure we get it fermented out completely. Between 6 and 8 months generally in the barrels is when we feel it's just about right. If it goes on too long, it sort of picks up this soy sauce character. So we want the bourbon there, and we want the original beer to mellow, but we don't want it to sit there for too long. So there's always, with all barrel aging, I think there's a sweet spot where you need to get it out of the barrels. So we taste it every month to see when it's ready to roll. But yeah, it has. It's proven really good. I think when we looked at barrel aged beers as well, we looked at our own analysis. We analysed them in the lab. We realised that a lot of these beers weren't exactly what they said were on the tin. People were claiming that they had certain IBUs, which I know that you do get a drop when it's in barrel, but I think people's palates actually prefer a beer that's not so too roasty, and certainly not like massive EBUs. And I think that can often put a lot of people off. So if you brew something, and that's what necessary is, it's not as bitter as some of the. I think it's the same as some of these really successful ones, but they're claiming that they've got higher EBUs. And like I say, you do get a drop, but it's definitely not as high as what some people claim it is. Because if you say it's got certain EBUs, people think, oh, that's brilliant. Actually, they probably don't like it that bitter. And it's the same with the roast character. I think you need roast, but you don't need it to be overwhelming.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's probably the first. That's our first beer. I mean, I can talk about the second one later on if you like.
No, sure.
Yeah.
No, thanks. Has it changed your perception of big, bold, dark beers? Making one yourself?
I'm more of a volume man, If I like it, so 13% doesn't really go down that well with me. But it's definitely after a meal, or on a weekend that I'll share a bottle with someone. Yeah, for sure.
Sure thing. Sure. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, so I guess there's so many to choose from. It was actually pretty tough to think off the top. But like one that really kind of resonates with me is one that I don't really know the name of, because I don't think that it had a name per se. It was over at Birrificio del Tocato's their brewery, and I mean they're doing a lot of these sort of sours. They're doing some clean beers as well. But like that's really one thing that opened my eyes to the possibility of barrel aging, because like Danilo, one of the head brewer, he pulled out a sample from one barrel and he gave it to me and he was like, "What do you think of this?" And it was like, not to sound impolite, kind of undrinkable. It was incredibly peaty, incredibly sour, and I was being polite, I was like, "It's very, very interesting. There's a lot going on." And he says, "Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it?" And then the comment there is that for him, it's not that one beer that pour. He says, when you start looking where we are, you're all about the blending. So we're brewing maybe 20 different barrels of this so that we can add 1 barrel to 50 of them to like really spike it with these flavors. And he just really made me realize that like it's the barrels are the ingredients. The beer in the barrels are the ingredients. It's not like the malt. It's not the hops. And that just opened my eyes to the whole blending aspect, which is something we'd played around with like barely before, but not understood it as much as we did. And it's something that we're still only catching up to these days, So that's something that like stuck around with me a lot, and it kind of radicalized our approach to blending and barrel aging over the few years. In terms of one of ours that like really got me thinking though, it's like we did one for the 100th anniversary of Estonian independence, a beer called Scion, and that was a blend of 3 different Baltic porters. So that was aged in rye whiskey, it was aged in cognac, and then there was a batch that was a fresh one. And there we had to kind of juggle around a lot of like, these barrels are going to be available then, so we need to brew this one then. It's going to sit in them for this long before we need to pull it out. It was a sort of a constant job of like monitoring what's going on with each individual one, pulling it out, trying to find that sweet spot, like you mentioned, Rob. Because I believe that it's absolutely true. Kind of another good and bad thing about blending. What we've found anyway is is the sweet spot, pulling certain ones out when you can.
Yeah, and it can be a pain when you think that you know it's at the sweet spot, but you've not got a packaging slot or a tank ready.
Yeah. Sure.
And Colin, obviously you've made a few fantastic, big dark bold beers in your time. Is there any that stand out from, your own catalogue or other breweries that really stick with you?
I guess the two that really sort of opened up the possibility of what sort of you could use barrel aging for really. One was Wild Beer Co. I think it was in 2015, maybe 16. Did the original release of a beer called the Blend, which I think was started. It was a pale beer brewed through various barrels, aged through various barrels, but then blended back together to kind of replicate what you could do with the goes. I really remember sort of the first edition specifically really blew me away, because I think I remember tasting it and thinking, wow, I mean, you obviously picking out a little bit of red wine, a little bit of sherry, a little bit of kind of vinegar and balsamic and whatnot. And just thinking, these things are really tying together and then really making an art of what you could do with it, but trying to replicate a flavor of something that isn't involved, which I thought was really spectacular. I really enjoyed that. I think probably of ones that I've had my hand in, we used to brew a beer called Rain Shadow with Buxton. We did a single barrel aging of that it was all in Heaven Hill barrels at the time, which I think it's kind of like, you talk about sort of like the quintessential sort of barrel for barrel aging, that I think all of the flavors that come through from there, you get a little bit of, as Rob says, sort of as they get a bit older, you can start to develop a little bit of soy in there, but you get this really nice, powerful vanilla hit. A little bit of the kind of the malt comes through, a little bit of the wood, and it just kind of makes for like the perfect beer almost. But we did a variant on it where we pulled two barrels that we thought were probably the most spectacular out of the racking that we'd done. Took two of those barrels off, and we had the tap house in Buxton at the time, where we had a meat smoker down there. I went up to the local veg shop, bought a tray of jalapenos and took them down, smoked them for a couple hours in the smoker, and brought them up and did the jalapeno and cacao into those two barrels. And it really sort of the mixing of the flavors, taking that sweetness from the bourbon barrels and mixing it with kind of the capsicum and the heat from the jalapenos, but again, the sweetness and bitterness from the cacao. Just, it was a real interesting balance, and sort of an example of how you can take a portion of what you're doing with the barrel and use it to make other flavors pop around it.
And have those experiences, that sounds like time that it's really worked. Has there been times where things haven't gone as you'd planned?
Yeah, there's been a couple of, probably actually around that same excuse me, that same racking of a Rain Shadow, where I think there were 24 barrels that we'd filled from the initial brew that were going to get blended back in, and we tasted our way through all 24 on that day, and I think two had picked up a bit of a phenolic note that kind of left them tasting a little bit more like an Islay cask than a bourbon cask. Possibly just due to handling or where they've been stored in the part of the brewery. So I think what we did was we actually ended up taking those barrels away, and we had a couple of Islay barrels aging with stout in another room, and they ended up going back and creating another blend of beer with those and using those as part of the palette of expanding that.
Okay, thanks. And Rob, I mean, through beers like Necessary Evil and the other, barrel aged beers and Thornbridge have done, have you kind of learned any lessons along the way?
Oh, absolutely, loads. I mean, when we started it, the first barrel aged beer that blew me away was Supplication from Russian River. And they're not easy beers to brew. They really aren't. When you're infecting a barrel with, 3 types of Brett, Pediococcus, Lactobacillus. It's not just the beer that you've got in those barrels that can potentially go wrong, but it's infecting the rest of the brewery. I know, brewers in the States that ventured into, barrel aged beers, and you go around their tap rooms and suddenly all their beers are tasting of brat, and they've probably got used to it. But yeah, it's there because it's such a latent, yeast that it just sits there, and it's and then it's got such a low threshold for the flavors, that sort of horse blanket. So you don't. That is a problem, and obviously, when it's selling well, the sales guys want the beer, but as a head brewer, you're there thinking. I mean, luckily we've got a modern brewery where we can CIP everything, and we can. But we did keep them in a separate area, and those sort of bacteria, they can jump barrels as well. So you've not only got that flavour, but the fact that Brett can supposedly even eat wood, it's going to ferment right out, and you've basically got bottle bombs if you're not careful.
Sure.
And just the sour beers, they're just so temperamental that you can put exactly the same liquid into the barrel, the same wort. Well, the same. It's not wort that we put into those barrels. It's fermented beer, and then you add the bacteria and the yeast and the cherries or the raspberries, but some barrels just turn out completely different to other ones. There's no, we invested in all sorts. We had we had a humidifier in there. We rotated the barrels at different levels, but still you end up with certain barrels that turn out completely different to others. And that's where the blending, like Chris was saying, blending is so important. I've got brewers that have turned around to me and said, "Oh, we need to chuck this one," and I'm saying, "No, if we just add, this is at 5%, it'll make all the difference to the beer." And so you're learning all the time. But when you run in a production brewery as well, it's I'm quite jealous of these guys, like Rare Barrel. That's all they do. It's a lot of work to keep on top of it and making sure the beer's perfect.
Of course. And Chris, obviously, with the army of hundreds of barrels, behind you, I'm sure you've learnt a fair few lessons along the way.
Absolutely, and we're still learning, that's for sure. Luckily, we haven't had so many painful ones recently. But I mean, one big lesson that we had is early on is we were doing a beer which had some things in there. It was cacao, I think, and coffee in there. And we were in a different brew house at the time, so we thought, oh, well, let's put one into a barrel and then see what happens. And predictably, all those ingredients that were in there were oxidizing. So by the time we were tasting that coffee stout 6 months, well, not 6 months down the line, but like later on, then it's not something that we wanted. So that was a very, very early, very painful lesson to learn. But nowadays we just know how to handle them. It's one of the bigger things is sort of the scheduling around all of these, because I mean, the rotation of everything to make sure that it all like stays and that that's one of the trickier parts for sure. That's something that we still learn to this day.
And how do you strike a balance with ingredients? Because say, for instance, Põhjala really uses chili to kind of great effect in a lot of its beers, and chili would normally put me off a beer, but I find that with your beers, there's subtlety, there's a balance there that it's not overpowering. I mean, how do you kind of strike that balance so not to go one way or the other?
Well, I guess it helps that we kind of we definitely take the approach that we want it to be drinkable throughout the entire glass. You can easily make a beer that's great for a festival and a small beer, and it's just intense. But we want something where when you're still enjoying it at the end of like 25 CL or whatever, you're still having an enjoyable time, and you can move on to another beer without your palate being destroyed, because that again can be an issue. Like we're big fans of balance, to be honest, and so what we're doing with a lot of that is we're adding what we think we're saying what we think it might need. We're adding that in a controlled fashion. Normally we're recirculating through these ingredients and just tasting as the day goes on. And then when we think that it's when we think that we've got the right amount, we'll lower that amount just a little bit more, because we can always add, but we can't take it away. There have been some times where we've gone a little bit over with that, and we've ended up find another barrel that we can blend that down with in other cases.
Well, it's good. So, it sounds like a lively, active brewery where you are today, which is good to hear.
Oh no.
So, no, not at all. No, that's what we like to hear. So we've already got quite a few questions coming through. So before we move on to those, I mean, if I was a brewer coming to you and saying, I'm looking to looking to start my own barrel operation, Colin, I mean, what would be your first step? Starting low, I imagine, and building from there.
Yeah, I think the thing to do, especially if you're completely new to it, you've never really sort of dealt with the process before. Well, obviously there are useful things you can do, like just speak to brewers who have a bit of experience in doing it. You'll probably garner some really good advice as to sort of do's and do nots. I suppose if you're completely virgin and you've no real sort of experience of it, possibly just if you can get one barrel, get some beer in there, sort of monitor how it goes for the first 6 months, take some notes, sort of get yourself a sort of a time scale as to when you think the flavor starts changing and then how it changes and those little details, and just kind of build it from there, really. I think obviously going in with an idea of what you want the flavor to be at the end is a big thing, as with any beer brewing, really. But really wanting to know what it is that you want from the barrel, rather than just sort of thinking, oh, I've got this, I'll just stick it in there. And sort of like you were saying, what Garrett Oliver said before, it's not going to turn a bad beer great, and you can't just kind of throw your mistakes into a barrel and then 6 months later it's going to be some sort of magical revelation. The beer that goes in has got to be as good as the one that comes out, really. I think you kind of always got to bear the analogy in mind that cook with wine that you would drink and not something you'd throw away, because at the end of the day, something in what goes in is also going to come out. It's not going to completely mask those flavors. But yeah, apart from that, go in with a clear idea of the things you're looking for, and yeah, just rigorous note taking, recording everything you do is always such a big thing. And it's easy just like, oh, it's just one barrel, I'll kind of just throw this word in there or this beer in there and leave it, and we'll come back and check it in 6 months and see what's happened. I think there's got to be a sort of rigorous learning process along the way as well. And then once you've kind of happy with one, then start to build and pick it up from there, really.
Well said. And Rob, I assume, even for a brewery as established as Thornbridge, there's still a learning curve when it comes to, even for you guys working with barrels.
Yeah, for sure. I think things that easy things that early on that we learned were, fresh wine barrels that have, the first lot of barrels we got were from Bordeaux. Well, all the wine barrels were from Bordeaux, but you needed to blend back. If you just did fresh barrels all the time, for some reason the bacteria seemed to be retarded by the wood for some reason, that they just didn't get as sour as barrels that was like second or third or fourth use. So we always blended back all the way. And also you find with the fresh barrels that it's too much vanilla that comes through. Say with the sour beer, it's always good to have that blend of older and younger. In fact, with the sour beers, we only really threw the barrels away when there was too much acetobacter in there. Then they were done, and then we just burnt them on the wood burner. Bitterness as well with sour beers. I'd be careful of, certain strains of lactobacillus are going to be really sensitive to the bitterness, and you're just not going to get any sour in the barrels. And then, PG is obviously really important if you're using Saccharomyces or certain strains of saison. You need to make sure that everything's fermented out before you put it in bottles. And yeast count as well. You don't want to be adding ridiculous amount of yeast into those barrels to then autolyze, and you're just going to get. Some barrel bits, you can't help it with some barrel-aged beers because we've got some yeast in there, and barrels are matured for that long. You're going to get autolysis. And, you often notice on barrel-aged beers that the head retention's not great. You don't want all those meaty flavors in there as well, in my opinion.
Sure.
So that would be the initial thing. Temperatures as well for bacteria. You don't want to be too cool if you're wanting sour beers with lactobacillus and pediococcus in there.
Great stuff. Thanks, Bob. Chris, we've got a question asking, obviously Pohjala are kind of known, especially in export markets, I imagine, more for more for your stronger beers, more for your darker beers. We've got a question asking, how do you manage to deliver a solid revenue back from a barrel aging program, given obviously the time, equipment, and additional costs that go with it?
Well, I would say that we're in a pretty good position for that now, but we definitely didn't start off with that because, I mean, as Colin was mentioning, you want to start small. So, I mean, we were always like, let's say how we got off with that train was we started off with maybe one beer that was all going into barrels, plus taking one barrel. But then eventually we could scale it up. So we had a couple of beers like our barley wine and our imperial stout that we kept brewing, and we kept releasing barrel-aged versions every year. So the first time we did it, we'd have, say, one barrel of it that we'd release, and then the second year we'd have 3, and then the next we'd have 6, and it eventually just became sort of exponential. Like they were self-funding the barrels in that sense. And at the same time, we were able to kind of, when we were buying in bulk, then we're able to bring the prices down. We're taking full truckloads normally, so that it all sort of snowballs in that sense. But yeah, we were also in a pretty luxurious position that we had space available that we couldn't use for anything else. So in that sense, we were paying for that space anyway. So we didn't need to like allocate the extra costs for rent because it was what we were paying, but we just finally found a way to monetize that. And yeah, I think we've been pretty fortunate that like our barrel-aged beers were always very well received. So we weren't focusing on things like the keg market. We were always focusing on the smaller bottle shops, and you know, we never scaled these projects up too much. You know, we never produced so much that we had to sell them at like very discounted prices, and that we were always trying to go for, we'd rather sell out and then move on to a next one, so that we could kind of keep the focus on the quality there. And also I would say it's always going to be a bit of a money losing project. We have poured away many barrels. You just have to account for that. But if you go into this knowing that that's going to happen, like, then it's not a surprise cost or anything like that. It's just something that you might have done better. You haven't had to pour away or move into another project those barrels. So yeah, I guess that's how we've done it. Slowly snowball that thing, not like go all in, not buy a massive truckload all at once, and then work out that you can't. You've got a problem with it.
No, well said. Well said. And Colin, obviously, you referenced earlier about, you know, it's important to kind of have an idea of what you want the beer to be before you put it in the barrel, rather than just hitting and hoping. We got a question from Anthony Gladman asking, he says lots of brewers will choose a barrel based upon its previous content. Have you had any personal experience, or any of our panelists today, of choosing a barrel based on the wood, e.g., you know, French versus American oak, you know, and the impact on the beer?
Yeah, on occasion, certainly we go in. I mean, usually if we're looking at sort of a paler beer or something that's going to be potentially a sour, then maybe you're looking more for some of the woody, oaky characteristics to come through than, say, if you're using bourbon, you're probably going to pick up less of the oak and more of that kind of the vanilla char from inside. Yeah, quite often it'll be something that's definitely considered on the way in. I mean, what you're starting to see more and more is sort of the sales market who are sort of selling barrels back into the brewing industry now. Are starting to see on their lists, you'll get sort of tequila ex-bourbon or rum ex-bourbon, because you sort of go back and sort of trace where it's come from almost. And also that'll give you a better idea of, A, the flavors you're going to pick up, and B, sort of the provenance of what might have come through it. So yeah, quite often it'll be a consideration. Generally less so with the bourbon, because as Rob said, you know, the char becomes sort of more of the prominent flavor during that. But yeah, certainly for paler beers, I think it's much more important to be aware of where the woods come from.
And are there any sort of barrels that, you know, as you referenced, sort of the main ones there, are there any that maybe brewers should be paying a bit more attention to, Chris, when it comes to looking to barrel age their beers?
I think you've got to look at, I mean, to me, it's the quality of the barrels that's really important. I mean, the barrels need to be freshly emptied. You know, if you're buying barrels that are sat there for ages, that are dried out, and it's just, you know, you say, oh no, it's a tequila barrel, for example. For me, if it's just dried out, you can. I like a bit of spirit left in there, and I think so. Things that you can get a lot of that's good quality, I would say, are the barrels to go for. For example, the wine barrels we got with it Bordeaux, they were, you know, you could tell when you opened it up, you could tell that the wine inside was, you know, it's very, very good quality wine. Bourbon barrels, we've got a good relationship with the local distiller, and they're always nice and fresh. And the next one I'd like to try is cognac, and you know, I've got a contact who's can get us a lot of cognac, and I've been out to see them, and those barrels look great and smell fresh. So for me, it's about getting the fresh barrels. We're not there with the types of wood yet. I mean, I think we will eventually, but because our barrel aging project is just still growing now, particularly with stout. So watch this space with that, really. Yeah.
And we've got another question. I mean, is keeping control, well, I'll just read out the question. I mean, how do brewers keep control of the change in ABV as the beer ages in spirits barrels, and do they pay duty at the spirits duty rate due to the increase in the ABV, even if you liquor back?
Is that to me?
That could be to anyone that would like to add.
I mean, it does. Yeah, I mean, you probably do get a bit of pickup, but I think most of the spirits, like the flavours there, but there's not exactly loads of. I don't think you get like a massive pickup in alcohol. I think the alcohol drop is generally to do with the fact that it's still fermenting a little bit, and you've still got that residual bit that's leaving. It's not a pickup from spirit, I don't think.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. And Chris, I mean, when sampling, your beers as they age, other than standard sanitation, are there any other extra factors that you really need to consider?
Yeah, so for us, we run because all the beers that we do in barrels are clean, or should be clean anyway. That's the goal. We treat them pretty much as we would any of our tanks in terms of sanitation. We run a full breadth of micro analysis on them. But that's a luxury that we have. It's always hard to do with barrels. I would say one of the biggest things there is in terms of checking and sanitation. One of the best things that you can do is just going to be to taste every single barrel, because we are the tongue is one of the best receptors for phenol. Like Colin, you're mentioning those two phenolic barrels you picked up. When we're going through, then we'll taste them, and if we don't just rely that one barrel that we're tasting is going to be representative of it all, we might find that is the best barrel we own of this beer. The other ones might have something going on in there, and then we'll segregate them and move them into other stuff. We in a sense we don't reuse a lot of our barrels for other clean ones, except for more French oak ones like cognac and that. We'll use them a couple of times. So then we know that if there's anything funky going on, if there's anything there and it's still passing micro and it still tastes okay-ish, then we'll still not use it, and we definitely wouldn't refill that one. That's all, because we're just going to pass that down further down the chain. It's not what we want to do. We'll try and keep humidity at a decent level inside our barrel storage areas as well, because I mean, above a certain point or below a certain point, you're going to increase your chances for infection considerably, or increase leakage and deteriorate your wood quality, which is also not what we want.
So, we've got a question from a fittingly named John Bordeaux, asking how you clean the barrel for the uninitiated. Is that something
we would usually, well, we tend to, with most sort of higher spirits, we'll tend to leave alone for the most part, so as to try not to contaminate the flavor too much. Or we have found in the past that sort of, if you something that Rob sort of touched on, if the barrels are particularly fresh and you have to rehydrate them to fill them, the water that's going to be held back in the wood can leach oxygen into the beer and cause you problems. As the aging happens, oxidation also happens. So we would generally get them in. If it's a barrel that we think there's any sort of sedimentation in, we'll generally just give them a bit of a water rinse, almost like on a cask washer, but with a little bit stronger. Generally then we'll use a steam lance to get in and make sure that there's no microbes in there. Nothing, well, hopefully nothing can survive it. Very, very difficult when you get into talking about sort of Brettanomyces and certain strains of bacteria. Can be sort of as deep as an inch into the wood, and actually getting the steam temperatures through to that deep is incredibly difficult. So it's just best practice of trying to make sure to do everything you can. But steam is your best friend on barrel cleaning, really.
You have anything to add, Rob?
I mean, But it's just the quality of the barrels where you're getting them from that you need to be confident that they're from a good supplier and not being sat around in a yard open. I mean, with all our sour beers, we just went straight into the barrels as soon as they came off the truck, really. And the wine, it was good quality wine, so we didn't really have a problem with that. And like Colin says, the spirit tends to look after itself. So yeah, we've filled barrels with boiling hot water before, ones that have potentially looked like they might leak, but we've generally just filled straight away. We've not looked for sterilising them.
Great stuff. And when should we expect the latest release of Necessary Evil? Would that be this year at some point then?
Yeah, there's one. We've got one in barrels at the moment, and I think we're potentially looking at getting a few different types of barrels to put the next batch in. So I'm not Cognac's one that I want to try, and I know the brewery team have talked about some others that we want to try as well. So yeah, we'll get on with those.
And Colin, obviously you've at Salt you've been making some great beers across the board, but especially under the sort of Hexagon project banner. I mean, how's that been for you? Is obviously working with, is it Starward whiskey, the Australian whiskey brand?
Yeah. So that was a really, really good relationship actually. It kind of fell out of the sky for us. Really, it was their UK rep. Drinks in a bar who's been really, really supportive of us, and he actually contacted us and asked if we'd be interested in having some barrels from him. Initially he sort of made the first contact, and then the train sort of ended, and then I met him again at London Craft Beer Festival 2 years ago, and he was just like, yeah, I'll get you the barrels, what you want. And we were like, oh well, whatever you've got we can use. He basically he paid the courier some barrels to us, didn't charge anything for them. It was just sort of a goodwill thing really, and it worked out really nicely in that we split 2 beers into them. So we did a Baltic Porter and a barley wine. I did 2 separate agings off them in Starward casks. Really good guys to work with because they have a really good history with barrels. They started out as a winery, so we're aging red wine in the barrels, and then opened their own distillery, so the red wine barrels moved into the distillery from there. And yeah, we're very lucky to sort of be the third fill on a lot of those barrels, and that was a really interesting relationship to strike up. But we're looking at this year, as Rob sort of said, we're also looking at expanding the types of barrels we're using. With some discussion about some rum, some cognac, some sherry, which are all sort of flavors that Chris is quite well adapted to working with, and I've had a couple of decent experiences with them, but a few more spirit barrels that I really want to try are going to be coming online this year, hopefully. So we're looking at maybe sort of Christmas or early next year. We'll see another round of the barrel aged Hexagon stuff, and yeah, there's some quite exciting beers coming up there.
Fantastic. And Chris, I understand that one of your brewery's latest beers, Black Jam, that's just landed in the UK. That's aged in sherry and bourbon barrels.
Yeah, exactly. That one's going to be a pretty fun project because that was some Pedro Jimenez as well as some bourbon ones in there. And what we love is kind of it is exactly what the name describes. It is like it's so jammy. It's just black currants, forest fruits. It's everything. We haven't always said sometimes when we're doing like blends between barrels, like sometimes we'll have barley wine that we'll add in. In fact, for a couple of years now, we've done it so that it's mostly all bourbon, but then we'll throw in something extra like a cognac or a Scotch whiskey. But this is one where like we wanted to set out and we wanted to go for like New World barrels, Old World barrels, something that we play around with quite a lot. But like that was just straight up just like that. Annoyingly small batch, but that was just how the blend worked out. So, c'est la vie. And I'm really happy to hear that you guys are both going for more so the cognac barrels, because those are, love them, absolutely love them.
Yeah, I know, because we did this collaboration with Firestone last year, I think it was. So, the plan was to do a brown ale, like a really strong brown ale in cognac barrels. But then we saw the gin barrels, which it's quite rare to get gin in barrels. We ended up putting a saison in there instead. So I think that's the next project I'd like to do is cognac, because when I was taking around all those cognac houses, still fantastic. And there's a big turnover in those barrels, isn't there? So they're relatively easy to get hold of and good quality. So
Yeah. And you can really go deep in like selecting the VSOP, XO, how many years and everything.
Oh, right.
It's pretty cool.
Well, expect an email. I'll be asking you about that, Chris.
Get the three-way collab going.
So, good.
Sure. Thank you very much for your time today. I think you've expertly answered every question we've had, I think everyone should check out Hexagon Project, check out the latest Necessary Evil on that, and also Chris, I think you're doing an event with Beer Merchants Cave Direct maybe next month, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
A nice mix from what I've seen on their website. So, well, thank you again. I've learned a lot today, and appreciate all your time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
thanks for tuning in. A massive thank you to SIBA for organising these great events. My name's Jake Mortiboys. I'm the sales manager at Kegstar. I will now be passing you over to Melissa Cole for our next session on how to improve your brewery tours and taproom tastings. Melissa is an award-winning writer, widely acknowledged as one of the UK's leading beer and food experts. Melissa, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? I sincerely hope you're not as knackered as I am. I just moved back into my flat. Yay! I'd like to say the works are finished, but they're not. But mostly, I just really want to thank everybody for joining us today. I can't wait until we're all together and that we can actually do this in person and we can hug and say hello and, you know, possibly even share beers again. Who knows? But obviously, also in the meantime, one of the things that's going to be really important for everybody is to maintain the momentum that a lot of people have built with online sales and actually push that forward into making sure that your presence as a physical brewery as opposed to an online entity and a website is actually something that you can be really proud of. So really what we want is we want you to do a tour de force is what we want is that we want you to be a tour de force. So the very first question really you need to ask yourself is actually to tour or not to tour. No, seriously, that is the question. If you don't think about whether you are physically able to deliver a safe, secure and effective and engaging tour, then you really need to be honest with yourself. Don't overreach, don't overcommit if you can't deliver. And quite frankly, really honestly, an absolutely kick-ass brewery tap is going to bring you a lot more customers and earn you a lot more money than the stainless steel nerds. So even if I am one, obviously. I think the most important thing that you need to understand is that your consumer experience when people arrive is absolutely key. Now, if you can incorporate a brewery tour into that, that is absolutely fantastic. But what I'm trying to say up front is that this isn't something that you should offer lightly. You either do it well or don't do it at all. If anything, if the comments on Twitter sort of taught me anything the other day, and it's a really interesting timeline to go and look at if you want. I asked the question, is that actually if you don't do it well, that actually sticks in people's memories more than if you do it well. So one of the things is to really first of all look at is to make sure that you fully audit your space. So I've spoken to quite a number of people, and it is remarkable that when you don't properly audit or get somebody to audit your space for you, is how much people on a day-to-day basis overlook how dangerous a brewery is. Now, obviously, we've all seen the extremes of very risky and frankly stupid behaviour, or sort of trying to lionize that by going, ah, look at all these guys and they dry hopped at the wrong point and look at this explosion and oh my God, that guy's up on a gantry. It's like, yeah, that guy's up on a gantry and he's about to get swept away by a tsunami of beer. This isn't funny. This is extremely dangerous. There's, you know, quite often there's not enough thought to be given to boilovers and so on and so forth. So when we're not even thinking about that when it comes to staff and their safety on a day-to-day basis properly, quite in a lot of cases, and I'm sorry, I'm sure that there's a lot of you screaming at the screen right now that you do think about that and you do take this very seriously, but we do know that we've seen a number of instances where that hasn't been the case. Sometimes you can become a little bit laissez-faire about the dangerous stuff that you're dealing with. Are your chemicals put away properly? You know, are all your scary acids put away? Nobody's going to stick their hand into a bath. All right, it might only be paracetic, but what if it's not? You've got to really think about these things. And sometimes, particularly in small breweries, I've actually seen staff get so nervous about having people in the area that they almost forgot to do the tour and spent the whole time just going, oh no, don't touch us, and don't stand too near that, and that's really hot, and oh god, and don't do that. And actually it's much more off-putting than it is engaging. And if there is a reason, if you do think, well, that's okay because I can just be able to restrict them to this area, well, actually, is that just going to be really, really boring? I have actually been to a couple of very big breweries where what they do is that they sort of corral you 40 feet away from anything that's happening, and as a result all you can just see is kind of a wall of shiny and a lot of noise, and you have no real understanding of what's going on. So all of those things are really, really important considerations, and I know this is all sort of a bit of a negative start, but what I want to really sort of push through to you is that you do need to think it through very, very much. People are going to have, again, going back to my point, people will have a lot more fun with visiting your brewery if you've just got a bunch of trestle tables set up outside underneath a gazebo, and giving them a good time, making sure that they're having a good time and having great beers, than the small minority who will want to come and see the brewery tour. So one last thing about your way to sort of approach this is one of the things that I would really like to encourage people to do. And again, I think it's one of the things that, because brewing by its very nature tends to be quite an able-bodied work environment, a lot of people forget about disabled accessibility. And actually, a lot of breweries, I think, that are on industrial sites and who are on industrial estates and things like that, actually have the opportunity to make sure that their brewery is very accessible and that their brewery tap is very accessible. A lot of breweries actually have entrances which don't have any impediment, because you've got forklifts going in and out and pallets going in and out all the time as well. So one of the things that's really, really important to think about is if you are doing that, have you ensured that you've got an accessibility to your brewery? And also, are people who are not as able-bodied as you, for example, they are able to come and enjoy being in a brewery environment? One of the things you can do is also engage with your local authority about that. That's really important to do. And also make sure that you audit your transport links. So it's all very well telling everybody that you are accessible, and that, say, for example, that you're right next to, I don't know, Oval Tube. Oval Tube isn't accessible. So you need to make sure that people understand that if you're advertising this, that you do have an accessibility pathway as well. So making sure that not only are people able to get into your brewery, but they're able to get to your brewery as well. So these things are all really important to think about. And even if it's just to the point where actually you make sure that if you are in a rural location, so obviously I've just used a very urban location as an example. If you are in a rural location and you do, say, once monthly brewery tours, or you only open your brewery tap at the weekend, have you made sure that you're able to give taxi firms that have accessible vehicles from the railway station, for example? So all of these things, you just really, really need to think through how it is that you welcome people in. Those of you, so quite a few of you might know, but there is also myself and a group of other people started a number of years ago the Everyone Welcome initiative. And the Everyone Welcome initiative, which you can Google and you can find it and you can print it out and personalize it to your brewery tap, is actually, it's all about making sure that you stamp your belief, if you share this belief, of course, that everyone should be welcome, so that you lay down some ground rules of behaviour about people coming to your brewery tap and making sure that they aren't alienating anybody else who's in that brewery tap. So making sure that you make very clear that any form of discrimination or hate speech or is just not welcome, and that you expect that people will basically play nicely with others. Unfortunately, you have to kind of spell it out to some folks. But also by having the Everyone Welcome initiative, it does also speak about accessibility, and we did consult on this quite heavily. And it was about, you know, even if you think you're fully accessible, other people might disagree, and they're the people that you should be listening to. So it always gives an opportunity within the framework of the poster that you can put up to make sure that there's a feedback mechanism for people as well. So on to the slightly more positive stuff. I actually, in a moment of sheer sleep deprivation at about 5:30 this morning, wrote the title of this section called Ease Are Good, and I probably didn't think that through very much. I think maybe my Gen X brain just went, oh yeah, that's quite good, yeah, and then I followed up with naughty, naughty, not that sort. Anyway, that's my brain at 5:30 in the morning. I don't know how you guys are. But I just want to go through a load of, there's something very wrong with me, honestly. But you really want to use these. These are your key drivers when you are running any form of talk, any form of brewery tour. And this is what you want to instill in your staff and also in those customers as they leave. So the very first thing is to engage. Now, probably one of the biggest bits of feedback I had on Twitter, and one thing that I know really drives me mad, and actually it's a lot of people referenced Steve at Beer Nouveau as being one of the best people at doing this, is that when people arrive for a brewery tour, you know there's going to be a load of stuff at the top. So whether it is that very important health and safety information, or whether it's going to be, we are so-and-so brewery, I am so-and-so from the brewery, we've been here forever, da, 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 da. Mostly everybody's thinking, dear God, where's my beer? So the very first thing that you do to engage with people is that you get them all in one place and you give them a beer sample. And you give them a decent beer sample as well. So make sure it's a minimum of a half pint, frankly, because that is what people are there for. Then it is really, really important to engage with them for minute one. Leaving people just kind of drifting around, not really knowing what's going on, not really filling them in on what's happening, having only half the people in high-vis jackets, or not really saying that actually we're just waiting for the next tour to finish. I'm so sorry, you're just going to have to give us a few minutes. Don't drink that half all in one go because it's got to last for 5 minutes at the beginning. All of those things are really, really important. So you have to have somebody with good interpersonal skills doing it. Again, going right back to the top of this conversation, is that if you don't have the tools to be able to do it, don't do a brewery tour, because there's nothing more off-putting than some grumpy bugger who clearly you're interrupting from brewing, cleaning, you know, finances, whatever, who's just like, oh, I've got to do a brewery tour now. Everybody wants the happy, cheerful brewery tour guide. Occasionally you can get away with being the curmudgeon. But the name that came up, the two names that came up time and time again when I was talking about brewery tours, was Big Al at Meantime, for those of you who know Big Al, and also Graham, who used to work at 4Pure. Now, both of those names came up for a reason, is because absolutely they poured engagement and passion out onto their guests, and their bonhomie and their sense of engagement and welcome was absolutely astonishing. And the other thing that both those guys do, and a lot of the really, really good tour guides do, and here's your second E of the day. I really didn't think this through. Entertain. You've got to entertain. You have to be able to actually do the jazz hands. You got to do that. You have to be able to make sure that you create an environment where people don't actually really feel like they're learning. because most people are doing this for pleasure, and a lot of people aren't gigantic uber nerds like me, or like the person who's got all the badges and has finished Untapped. You know, it's not, they're not the majority of the people that you're going to get. You are going to get a lot of people who just really, really want to be entertained. Or the problem is that you might have half nerds and half not nerds. And the issue you will very quickly get, and I can tell you this from years and years and years of doing talks and presentations in front of people, is that if you do not keep up that entertainment factor, your big problem is that your nerds might stay with you, but your non-nerds won't. And that creates a really awkward environment, because you have one group who really, really wants to listen to what you're saying. You've got another group who now have maybe by this time had more than one beer, and they're having a bit of a laugh and they're having a bit of a chat and they're talking amongst themselves, and that creates tension. It's also frustrating for you as well as the speaker, in that you have got an audience who's interested and engaged, but if you haven't been sufficiently entertaining for everybody, and if you haven't managed to capture that, that is going to be your problem. I mean, honestly, if you've just got idiots, I think I'm doing very well on editing my language as I'm going along here. If you've just got idiots, then don't be afraid to get them to leave. Don't be afraid to remove them, because at the end of the day, if they're going to be that unpleasant right in front of you on the tour, just imagine what they're going to be like when they get into the brewery tap. Now, somebody, a couple of people, including Eddie Gadd on the conversation, said, don't book stag do's. I will say that I've done a number of stag do tastings. I've actually never had a problem. But then again, that's also because I took enormous deposits from every single one of them. And the conversation was, if any of you misbehave, or I don't like any of it, like for every one of you who misbehaves or behaves badly or says anything out of turn to me, I'm taking 100, like literally every time somebody says it, I'm taking 100 quid off your deposit. So, you know, you've got a choice. You can either be a lot skinter when you leave, or you can behave. You shouldn't need to do that. It is just what it is. But I think there is also an element of, if you are aware that you have a large group of people who you aren't necessarily comfortable with, you need to find a mechanism. If you are going to say, well, actually, we'd really like that business, what you need to do is you really need to make sure that you have a way of dealing with that. Now, one of the things sort of on that entertainment level, you can provide a really interesting break for people as well. I think one of the smartest things that I've seen a brewery do was Paul at Hillside. Instead of going after the really archetypal, you know, I'm going to try and get people to come to me, I'm going to hold huge beer festivals, I'm going to do this, do that. Actually, because he's down on the edge of the Forest of Dean, what he's done is he's actually contacted all of the local area marketing bodies, all of the local tourism offices, all of the local coach trips. He spent ages researching all of this kind of stuff, and engaged with an entirely different demographic from what necessarily a lot of people would think about. So instead of just going after the untapped chasers and the people who want to get all the first beers and the tickers, actually what's gone after is actually people who are going out, possibly of an older demographic as well. You know, and let's face it, they're going to be racing out the door probably before the rest of us are. So maybe get them now. Is that actually, if you think just very slightly outside of your perceived target market, you will not only maybe find that you can get more people in. So whether that's more family groups, whether that's more women, whether that's more young people, whether that's actually older people. And bearing in mind that the older demographic or the silver pound, if you like, they have a lot more disposable income than a lot of the people who are chasing the next DDH. So it's really, really worth trying to engage with different markets for coming on your brewery tours, because also people are evangelical as well. So if you get somebody who changes if you change somebody's mind, if you find someone who is not normally a beer drinker, for example, or didn't think that they liked craft beer, then you might actually find that that person is going out and telling all their pals, and because they've got the disposable income, they're also buying a box to go to parties, and then other people are telling them, and then they're sending out presents to people, and you really, by solely focusing on people who just sort of chase the next big thing, you are missing out on such a gigantically huge market. The next thing I will say is educate. Now, when you're educating, the most important bit around that is to educate in a way that people are going to understand. Now, I'm probably just about to offend an awful lot of people, but I'm going to tell you now, brewers are some of the worst people to give brewery tours. I'm sorry, folks, you just are. You really, really need to go through a self-editing process if you are a brewer giving a brewery tour, not to use phrases that are just going to be nonsense to the average drinker. Also, hoppy and malty can get in the bin as well, because they mean bugger all. But personal hobby horses aside, if you start talking about OGs, FGs, the FB, the HLT, how is that helping anybody who comes around your brewery? It's not. It's like you walking into NASA and then saying, right, okay, well, this equation will put you on the moon. Right, you've got that right, move on. It's not helpful to anybody. You need to be able to deliver information in a way that is understandable. That's not to say treat people like they're idiots. They're not idiots. They just don't do your job. And I don't think it's fair to expect that they would be able to understand how to do your job when it's not their job. So just think a little bit before you start any brewery tours. Write down a script. See if there's anything coming up. If there's a big heffalump track coming up where you know that you will probably start talking about the alpha acids in hops, or that you've got this amount of conversion, or this efficiency, or whatever it is. Explain that in brewing we don't actually use water. Watch a load of bafflement and go, yeah, see, in the brew house actually we call it liquor. We don't call it water, we call it liquor, because water's for washing, liquor's for brewing. That's fine, that's interesting. They're nuggets of information that actually people can go away with, and you've got a bit of fun, you've got a bit of engagement, you've made people stop and think for a moment, but you haven't really overloaded them with far too much information that just doesn't make sense, because it's full of words that they don't understand. So it's also really worth trying to educate local politicians as well. I know this, I know a lot of us aren't terribly fond of our politicians at the moment, but unfortunately they are still our representatives at the highest level of government. So when we're talking about education, it doesn't just have to be a public education tool. When you engage with your local MPs or your local councillors, and you get them to see and understand and touch and feel and engage with your products and your business, you don't just become a number anymore. You're not just a planning application. You're not just a liquor license application. you've actually become a living, breathing thing that they've walked around, that they've experienced, that they've seen how heavy a malt sack is, for example. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I've got to throw at least 15 of these 25k bags around the place every day, and I'm only a 5-barrel brewery. You've got to make people understand what it is you do, because beer has been so badly commoditized in people's minds now, and so many people, particularly of a sort of an age of probably a lot of the average age of a lot of politicians in this country, that actually they think everything's just push button now, and that beer is kind of made with chemicals, really, because those are all the things that have been said over the years and drummed into them over the years. So it's really, really important to engage with your local politicians and educate them as well on how tough brewing is, the margins that you face, the legislations that you face, the taxation that you face. This is actually a really, really, really good, I'm so sorry about that beeping there, that's my mum texting me, of course. It's actually a really, really good way to make sure that you educate as well as engage with your local consumers. Sorry about that, I'm just going to silence my notifications, I think, maybe, no, maybe not. Okay, I can't do that right now. I'm going to carry on. Right. So, encourage is another one that I want to talk about. By having good brewery tours, you encourage people. And that is that you encourage people to get into the industry. Now, you will probably find no finer sales staff or brewery ambassadors, or potentially even new tour guides for you, than really, really loyal customers. And you really want to encourage that kind of loyalty. And that's where a brewery tour can come in handy. A number of breweries do kind of a loyalty card and all that sort of stuff. And that's really, really valuable. There are so many breweries that just don't bother with making sure that their regular customers are really well taken care of. And if you encourage people to come back all the time, or that they can actually, or they can, if they refer a friend, the friend can get the first half pint free or something like that. Not enough breweries make enough of the data that's walking through their door. I know GDPR is a pain in the butt, but you have got walking data gold mines coming through your doors when you do brewery tours. And you really should be looking to encourage them to come back. Now, ways that you can do that, there's been some great suggestions on Twitter. One of which was being actually able to buy beers that you wouldn't normally be able to get hold of, or that are very special offs, or that potentially have been cellared on site that aren't available in wider retail. That's a really, really clever one. I think that's an absolutely brilliant one. If you can't get a beer out in the wider world unless you've been to the brewery, the bragging rights of that on that are huge. You don't even need to be a beer nerd to enjoy that. The amount of people who will just go, oh yes, well, oh, did you enjoy that beer? Well, sorry, you can only get it if you go to the brewery, you see. And anybody who's really loved that beer is going, oh, fucker, I'm going to have to go to that brewery now, aren't I? Wonder who else might want to come with me. And suddenly you might have 2, 3, 4 more customers just off one person sharing a beer. So you need to think intelligently about how you do that. Now, obviously, part of the encouragement is the call to actions that you use on your websites, on your social media, etc., etc. They're really, really important. And the most important thing about encourage is not just actually about encouraging customers, it's actually about encouraging your staff. Once again, if you have somebody who doesn't want to be involved in your brewery tour, and that they have to be coerced instead of encouraged to stand up in front of people, that will 100% lose you customers. The old adage of don't be a dick really, 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 really applies here. If you have people who don't want to do tours, who aren't engaged with the customers, who are clearly finding it a chore, you will drive people away in droves, and it will just piss them off. So don't do that. And make sure you inquire. I think possibly the only brewery I've seen doing this in the UK. Obviously, I'm saying I haven't seen it. I haven't heard of it either. I obviously don't very often get handed a form at the end of a brewery tour saying, how did we do? Because probably they know that I'll tell them. But it's more that actually I haven't seen people asking, how did we do, apart from Siren just put up something on socials saying we always give people feedback forms afterwards. I've seen it in the States, I've seen it in Australia, but I haven't seen it over here. So I think that's a really, really valuable tool for you. And it's one of the things that I would make sure that if you're giving people, for example, a paddle of tasters after the brewery tour, or even just the pint, hand them the paper, hand them the pen, follow up with them sort of 10 minutes later, go, you finished with the forms, guys? Oh, you haven't got around to filling it in then? Oh, okay, I won't take it away. Put the subtle pressure on them to make sure that you do have a feedback form at the end of their visit, because that is really, honestly, the only way people learn, because they'll be very nice to your face. But if they can leave a form under their empty glass as they're hightailing it out the door, they're more likely to be able to tell you where it is that you might be going wrong. And it might just be that you've forgotten to knock that jargon on the head, and that actually they just really want to hear all about other stuff. But that's it. So them hints and tips. I hope that's kind of done it. I've left sort of 10 minutes or so for questions. I can see that there are some at the bottom here. If you expect beer people to listen to and give them beer, yeah, I completely. Should the beer or the tour come first? Excuse me. Beer for the intro, for sure. As I said earlier, I think you should always have a beer in your hand. I think that if you have beer on the way round, you need to be very sure that that's okay. You need to be comfortable with potentially having glass around what is a food production area. So if not, have you got, say, reusable plastics or something like that, or biodegradables at the very least? Make sure you think about that. I think beer throughout the tour. I mean, look, I don't know about everybody else in the beer industry, but I still get super excited when somebody turns a tap on a tank and you're getting fresh beer straight from the tank. So if you can do that as you're going round the brewery, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And you can. It's also quite a good mechanism actually as well, because obviously you're going to be spraying the spigot and making sure that it's sterile. And during that, you can just say, right, obviously cleanliness is next to godliness in brewing. So obviously, as I'm opening this out, so what I'm doing is I'm spraying it before I open it, and I'll spray it after I've closed it, just to make sure, just to be double sure. And that's because obviously we want to be really careful that the only thing that's helping our beer ferment is our yeast. And then you can lead on to, why is our yeast so important? You might have noticed I said that earlier. There's lots of things that you can do around a brewery tour that are still safe and very, very, sort of very health and safety conscious, but that can also help form part of your narrative. And it's important that you, again, going back to that whole, don't just automatically do things or say things just because you're around it every day. The big thing really is that you make sure that you put yourself in people's shoes. So I would always say beer at the beginning, definitely. If you can do it in a safe way around the brewery, great. If you can pour from the tanks, even better. Don't get too carried away, obviously, otherwise you might end up getting in trouble. But yeah, that for me is where it should go. And don't be a certain very large, very, very large multinational brewery that started in Leuven and make a bunch of journalists walk around your brewery for 2 hours. Beer judges walk around your brewery for 2 hours without even giving them beer. I actually bunked off that one. Oh, everybody was so angry when they came back. Anyway, a question from Neil. What kind of, oh, sorry, Palmer's Brewery. My apologies, Palmer's Brewery. You weren't built for wheelchairs in 1794. No, probably not. You were probably built for cart horses, but not that. One virtual tour on the ground floor in the past to individuals. Virtual one-to-one tours where people, if you with genuine accessibility in mind, absolutely. I can't speak for somebody else's lived experience in terms of whether they'd find that maybe a little patronizing or not. I'd suggest you do your research on that, but I actually, for me, I think it shows thought. But that would be something I'd consult on, but I personally think it's certainly something that's worthwhile investigating with people who actually would benefit from that, as opposed to somebody who, well, not very good use of their legs after the last few days of moving and varnishing floors and stuff, but you know, they're still operational. So I really would, I'd make sure that you engage with people who have issues with accessibility and who aren't necessarily able-bodied, and make sure that they understand, that they believe that that's a positive way forward. As I said, very well-meaningly, I think I think that might be a nice idea. So what kind of language is useful to describe beers beyond hoppy and malty? What descriptors really work? Okay. Well, to be honest, buy my books. There's loads of them. Just nick them. It'll be fine. But seriously, use language that people can relate to. So if something does genuinely remind you of an affogato or a Malteser or an opal fruit, use those. Don't start blatting on about phenols and esters and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. It's if somebody asks the technical question, give them the technical answer. You can say this tastes like an opal fruit, but actually that's a group of compounds that we call esters, and actually say, and you know what, we actually extract some of those for things like perfumes and all that sort of stuff. So I need to take a sip of tea because I think I've got builder's dust in my throat. Jake, can you take
it? So that's fine. Well, you started just answering. I didn't want to get in the flow, so I left you to it. Nice work.
Yeah, you have to stop.
I know. Question from Graham D. Any suggestions to make sure your tour is not labelled been on one brewery tour, been on them all?
I mean, that's difficult. I think you should, if you do have any USPs, all right, I've said don't get super technical, but if you do have any USPs, so for example, if you're like Westrum and your water comes from a bore which has been there for a gazillion years, then yeah, absolutely make sure that you do that. If you use a particular acidification, then it's fine to talk about that. I don't think there's a problem with talking about that, but you need to make it clear as to why you do that and what the actual outcome is. It's not necessarily about describing why you have an acidification plant, for example. It's actually what benefit it brings to the beers, whether it's that you brew more consistently crisp, clean lagers, or that actually it helps you do this, that, the other, or why do you treat water, for example? Why do you have to say, it's like, oh, do you brew with London water? It's like, oh, no, we treat it first, because otherwise, our kettles will be full of scale like yours. So yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that if you have got USPs, that you put those in, but don't and make that, don't just go shiny vessel,
Yeah.
No good. And people also want history and personal stories behind things as well. So you're not just there to represent the brewery if you're giving the tour, if you're not, say for example the owner, but I think you're also there to speak to why you're there as well, because you might have a bunch of budding brewers in the audience and not know about it, and actually so just saying, just let you know a little bit about myself as well. I went to Heriot Watt, or actually I'm this brewery's been in my family for 40 years, or actually I wandered off the street one day, begged somebody, they were so desperate for help they let me, and I've learned on the job ever since. You know, all of these things are really interesting. So don't be scared to insert your own sort of personality into it as well.
Nice. Another question from Alex Scott. How do you think tours will look with social distance measures in place?
I don't. I think the social distancing thing is going to be there for such a short time. Again, I think this is one of the things that you probably need to have a think about, whether it's really worth you doing or not. Is it worth it for the very short time that you have to put everything in place that you have to do? I just don't think that. I mean, for me, unless it's actually such an enormous part of your business that you can't afford not to, I think hanging on and waiting until everybody's been stabbed in the arm is the way forward for me. And I really want to be stabbed in the arm. I'd like everybody over 50 to hurry up and get stabbed in the arm so I can, please. Thanks very much.
I think this is the last one as well, a juicy one. A hobby place. What's the single best brewery tour you've ever been on, and why?
I can't. It's not. I don't. This sound really twatty. I'm so sorry, but I don't really do public brewery tours, do I? So I can't really say. I can tell you some great brewery tours I've been on, but I don't think you'd get the same experience as me getting drunk as a skunk on barrel-aged beers out the back with the brewer trying to figure out the blend. You know, I'm sorry. I think there's there are really, really great brewery tours out there. For me, I think the ones that really stick out that I've sort of piggybacked onto, and I will say that it really does make the tour so much more interesting, is actually when John Keeling did tours around Fuller's now, because I live that side of town, and Heathrow is literally just up the road from the brewery. I've lost count of the amount of friends of mine who've come over, who've flown into Heathrow, have literally got on the M4 and driven straight to Fuller's, and I've met them at Fuller's with John. John's given them the brewery tour, and then we've gone for lunch in the Mawson straight afterwards. Occasionally, some of the more sprightly ones, we also end up doing the Hammersmith pub crawl, but less said about the better. But what John does and always did on those tours was he didn't just stick to the brewery. He moved outside the brewery as well. So if you've got the option to do that, if you have the ability, if you are in an area of outstanding natural beauty or of historic interest, if you're able to actually give people a wider context to the community that you're part of, and even if you can't sort of show that off on the outside, make sure that you do talk about what you do with the community and how you engage with it, because I think that is something that people do care about. And I think it's giving a brewery a sense of place, both physically and on a community basis, that really brings life to a brewery tour as well. I just think if you're just about, we just got this on Rate Beer, and we just got this on Untapped, and we just won this World Beer Award. It's nice to hear. It's nice to hear that people are doing well, but actually, it's like, we always make sure that we set up a table at the local school fete, and let somebody duck the brewer or something. It's stuff like that sort of really gives people a sense that beer is what it should be, which is very egalitarian.
Brilliant. And we've got another good question from Daisy Turnell. It goes alongside what you mentioned earlier about having different people on the group. So you can also offer more than one type of tour, a general version for standard interest, and then an upsell with guided tasting through special beers. Yeah. So I think the question is, should you have different levels of tours?
I think that's a read the room thing, and it's a very good point, Daisy. Thank you. I probably should have made that one. I think that's a read the room thing. So I think one of the things that people who do tours and talks and things a lot, what makes them so good at their job and why people come back to see them time and time again is they read the room very well. They recognize the faces that have been there before. They understand that actually, or they sort of, you ask questions at the beginning. One of my favorites to open talks with is who here's normally an ale or craft beer drinker, who here is normally a lager drinker or a cider drinker, and it's going to, so people always hesitate to put their hand up when you say lager drinker, by the way. It's very funny. And then I also always add, and who's been dragged here under sufferance. And you normally get like hands that scorch the air because they're there because they've been dragged there, and so on and so forth. And actually quite often they're the people that you might want to narrow in on a little bit more and find out what it is that they like, and say, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sneak off over here and I'm going to do you a little special pour of this. I was like, shh, don't tell the rest of these people. I'm just going to give them that over there, but we'll get you this over there. And not only that, not only should you have known, by asking them what it is that they like to drink normally and all those sorts of things, you've engaged with them. You've shown a kindness towards them, and actually the amount of times you'll hear the words, I don't like beer, but I like this one, because you've taken the time. Normally the problem is that they're there, the people who are there under sufferance have had mates who are massive beer nerds, massive beer fans, or beer drinkers who are set in their ways and they only drink a pint of bitter, and that's not to that person's taste. And because they've never stopped to ask them what it is that they like drinking normally, or find something that matches their normal palate, but you've got a customer for life. And also, again, you've got that whole thing, you've got an evangelist for life as well. You've just created a brewery ambassador. So read the room, have different levels, and have special events and stuff like that, but read the room that you've got in front of you.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks, Melissa. I think that's all the questions we've had come in. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much, Super. Thank you very much, everybody.
Cheers.
Hi and welcome back to BeerX Online. I'm Neil Walker from SIBA. Today we've got my colleague Barry Watts, who's our Head of Public Affairs and Policy. He's going to be talking about deposit return schemes in the UK, what you need to know to start preparing your business. Really important session. Anyone that puts beer into bottles and cans anywhere in the UK, this is really important. So yeah, over to you, Barry.
Well, thank you very much, Neil, for that introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed BeerX Virtual as much as I have so far, and hopefully you're going to get something out of this session as well. Deposit return schemes are coming to the UK, although this is probably the first time I've said this, but actually there's some good news because of COVID, and they've actually been slightly delayed, which hopefully will give us all a bit more time to prepare for these changes, but also help to influence how they're going to work and make sure they're going to work for you and the rest of the brewing industry. And I'm going to touch on some of that today in this, what I see as a kind of an introduction to the topic, some thoughts on what you need to consider to prepare your businesses, but also, you know, how we might be able to influence how these schemes are actually going to be introduced. So Scotland are introducing their own scheme first, and it's supposed to come in next year, but they're now reviewing it. They announced their review last week, and so we think there's probably going to be an extra 9 months or so until that's introduced. And in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, they're looking to introduce a completely separate scheme. And the legislation is currently going through Parliament in the Environment Bill, but that's been delayed because of COVID. And that was supposed to be introduced in 2023, but yet again, I think that's going to be delayed. We're expecting a consultation on this to come out very, very shortly, within the next few days or weeks. And I think there's going to be an opportunity for all of us to work together to try and influence it and make it work for us. So I'm going to start by giving you an overview of the schemes, what it is, what it means for you, and you know, how we can shape it. And there'll be plenty of opportunity for questions. So please do put them in the chat, and my colleague Neil will be looking out for them, and hopefully we can answer any that you have. So we'll just go on to the next slide. So what is a deposit return scheme? Well, fundamentally, it's a recycling system where consumers pay a small deposit, which is refunded once they return the item. And the aim of this is to increase the amount of recycling up to 90%. And this, just make clear, this is it isn't a reusable scheme, it's a recycling scheme. So it doesn't include, in the ones that the UK are looking at, reusing them, so returning them, refilling them, you know, or anything like that. This is just a recycling scheme, and it's to increase the recycling rates. And it's been introduced in around 40 countries worldwide, although each one might be slightly different. And from a consumer's perspective, as you can see in this picture, it's pretty straightforward. You know, you go to a shop, hopefully an independent bottle shop, and you choose hopefully an independent beer, and you pay a small deposit, and then you take it home and you drink it like this happy looking chap here. And then at the end of it, you take your empty to a retailer, or as you can see, he's using a reverse vending machine. So these are machines you can put it into and you get your deposit back. So pretty simple, really, from a consumer perspective. But if we go on to the next slide, Jenna, we'll see that for brewers, well, it's a little bit more complicated. And this diagram shows you some of the complexity. I'm going to go through this in a bit more detail in my next slides, but it just shows you, you know, how the producer, the retailer, and the consumer are going to work, and how the material flows, but also some of the financial flows as well. And I'll go through that in a bit of detail as we go along. But what this will do is we'll have implications and complications for your finances and labelling, for your cash flows, the operations of your tap rooms and shops, and also how you sell beer online and through delivery services. So it's going to fundamentally have implications for your whole business. So if we move on to the next slide, this is about the Scottish deposit. I think this is a really good place for us to start in just understanding how the scheme works. This is the most developed in the UK. The regulations passed in Scotland last year, so we know what it looks like at the moment. And what they're planning is what they call an all-in scheme. So that means it's going to include plastics, it's going to include glass bottles, it's also going to include steel and aluminium cans, and this is going to include everything up to 3 litres in size. So this is going to include all of your small pack. It doesn't include reusable containers, so growlers in this example, and if you do have reusable containers, you can continue to use them. But it will include crowlers. So this has got implications if you've got a bottle shop or you're offering from the tap room. And I think I'll talk about it a bit more later, in particular for bottle shops, because it will mean that you will have to take on the responsibilities as a producer, as a brewer, if you're just doing them in bottle shops. So I think this is going to have serious repercussions for the use of crowlers in the future. And of course, they're going to charge a 20p deposit, and they're going to charge 20p deposit on all types of cans and bottles, and it doesn't depend, it doesn't vary on the size. And these deposits, they go around in a big circle. So you as the brewer will charge the retailer 20p per can or bottle, and then that retailer will charge the customer 20p, and then they'll get it back. So it goes around in a circle. But when those empty containers are returned to the retailer, someone has to go and collect them. And in the Scottish scheme, there's two options. You can either fulfill those responsibilities yourself, so you can go and collect them, or you can do it for a scheme administrator. And I think that for a few microbrewers, that there might be a possibility that you can do it yourself, that it might be an option for you. So if you only sell on a market store, a couple of local shops, that can make sense that you could fill these responsibilities yourself. But the vast majority of people are going to do it for a scheme administrator, and that means you've got to be part of that scheme administrator. So if we go on to the next slide on the scheme administrator. Now, this is going to be producer and retailer led. So it's going to be led by them, and they're going to decide on some of the rules and how it's going to work. And they're going to fulfill those responsibilities for you. So they will collect and manage the containers and collect them from the retailers. They'll reimburse retailers for those deposits and pay them a handling fee. And they'll meet some of the annual collection targets that they're going to set. So over 3 years, they're hoping to get to 90%. But they're going to do all this by charging you a fee. Now, the scheme administrator is funded by 3 elements. So one is this producer fee, which they'll charge per container. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. The value of the recycled material they've collected, they'll collect all the glass and aluminium, and they'll sell that as a recyclable element. And the third is the non-returned deposits. So that's how the scheme administrator is funded. If we go on to the next slide, you can see the financial costs. So this is what it will mean for you as a brewer. So first of all, there's going to be a registration fee. So if you sell small pack in Scotland, even if it's through a wholesaler or online, you're going to have to register with the Scottish Environment Protection Agency, SIBA, and pay £360 a year for this. Now, if there is a de minimis threshold, so if you are under the VAT threshold of £85,000, you don't have to pay this registration fee, but the vast majority of small brewers are going to have to pay this. And you're going to have to provide some information as well. So you're going to have to provide some details of what you've sold into Scotland previously, what you intend to sell in the future. And they're going to ask for some details on the particular lines, particular SKUs, particular types of identifiers on the bottles and cans as well. So there's going to be some extra bureaucracy. And you can do this through the scheme administrator, so they can take on some of these responsibilities if you're doing it through them. Then the next thing is the producer fee, and this will be per container. And this pays for the scheme administrator, so it's a cost that you don't get back, you're going to have to pay. Now, at the moment, we don't know exactly what it's going to be set at. This will be for the scheme administration to determine. But the work the Scottish Government has done so far has suggested some figures, that it could be 3.8p per glass bottle and 2.8p per can, which is a considerable increase. Just to give you an indication about what that means, if we extrapolate that across the whole of the UK, that would be the equivalent of £200 million per year for the whole of the brewing industry, which is equivalent of 6% increase on beer duty. So it's a substantial amount of money. Hopefully it won't be as high as that, but we don't know because it depends on what the scheme administrator decides. And then there's potentially going to be some label changes that you have to think about. The Scottish Government can't mandate what those labels can look like, but the scheme administrator might require some anti-fraud measures and some common identifiers. And those reverse vending machines that we talked about earlier are going to probably require barcodes. to be able to read the bottles and cans they're put in the machine. So this potentially means there's going to be some labelling changes you're going to have to introduce, and those are going to have to be separate for the Scottish market compared to the rest of the UK. So if you haven't got any barcodes on your label, you're probably going to have to introduce barcodes. You're probably going to have some logo on there, say it's part of the scheme. But if you don't change your labels, it might be possible you can pay a higher producer fee. So instead of the 3 or 4 pence I mentioned earlier, it could be a bit higher, just to make up for some of the potential fraud or other issues that might exist by not having separate labels. And then on top of that, there's implications for cash flows, because I think some of these charges, some of these fees, you're going to have to pay up in advance to the scheme administrator. And of course, there are some fines if you don't fulfill the responsibilities, which could be as high as £10,000. So those are some of the serious implications for Brut. If we move on to the next slide, just looking at tap rooms and pubs, shops, and online. So if you run a tap room or a pub, then there will be a closed loop system. So if the item is consumed on the premises, so if you're selling a bottle or can of beer, it's just consumed on the site, then you don't have to charge those deposits. But if you are offering takeaway, you do. And then you're going to have to operate as a return point. So it's the opportunity for people to be able to return those to your tap room. And this can either be, or shop, this can be either manually over the counter, or it can be by having and hosting one of these reverse vending machines. And I think there are some opportunities for breweries, especially if you've got, say, a big car park or room where you could actually have one of these larger reverse vending machines. I think that's a possibility. But if you can't, if you've got very small premises, then you can actually apply for an exemption. That's open now as well. So that might be something for you to consider in Scotland. But also, you will be paid a handling fee per container for taking these returns as well. I think there's also some security and storage issues that you need to start thinking about, because now these cans and bottles actually have some value, and so they could be stolen. So instead of just putting them in a wheelie bin outside your tap room or in front, the storage, you've now got to think about making sure they're secure and safe. So that is some potential further investment that you might have to do and further considerations. And then I said about crowlers, they are going to be included within the scope of this. So if you're providing them, if you're a bottle shop providing those, then I think the implications are you'll have to register as a producer and fulfill all of these responsibilities. So if you're the likes of Ghostwell, Brewdog's been doing a lot of crowlers, you're going to have to take those steps. And I think these are going to have serious negative impact for those that actually provide crowlers. Now, if you're selling online, then distance sellers have to provide what they're calling take-back service, free take-back services to customers from the site of delivery. So there's not a huge amount of detail yet on how this is exactly going to work, but it will mean that if you sell online, so if you're based in Cornwall and sell a few bottles or cans into Scotland, you're going to have to do all these things. So register, provide the information, pay the producer fees, pay the administration fees, but you're also, in addition to that, going to have to provide what they're calling a take-back service. So this is a mechanism for them to return them. And we don't think this means it will have to be returned back to the brewery in Cornwall, but it will mean there'll have to be a mechanism to get them to their nearest collection point. Most people aren't going to use this, and obviously we've been raising quite a few concerns about the implications this will have, because most people are just going to store them up and take them to a local supermarket or store or shop. But this is what is in the system, so we'll have to work on the details on that one. If we move on to the next slide. So we've covered off Scotland. I just want to talk a little bit about the separate scheme they're introducing in Wales and Northern Ireland. So we don't have as much detail about this one yet, because, as I said at the beginning, the legislation is still going through. We're expecting a consultation very shortly. But what we do understand from our discussions with officials and ministers is that it's going to be very similar to the Scottish scheme. We're expecting that it also include gap glass and cans, but it may exclude multi-packs. And I think fundamentally that the three differences are that it's going to be what they're calling a deposit management organisation rather than a scheme administrator. And there's some slight differences in how that's going to be set up. But fundamentally, it will mean you have to register with the DMO. So you can't fulfil the responsibilities yourself. You will have to fulfil them through the DMO. And there will be mandatory labels. So we'll have to see what the details are, but we're expecting that there'll be barcodes, SKUs, logos, etc., that you will have to put onto your bottles and cans if they're sold in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Like I said, we'll see what those details are. So if we move on to my final slide, these are fundamentally, I think, the three concerns that SIBA has and small brewers have, and this is what we've been lobbying hard on at the moment. So first of all is those financial costs, those combination of the administration fees, the producer fees, and the labelling costs on small brewers. They are quite significant. Like I said at the beginning, they could represent a cost of up to £200 million a year, the producer fee alone, which is 6% on beer duty. So we've been campaigning and pushing for some kind of de minimis thresholds within it, just to take account of the size of the scheme. And we've seen that the government has introduced such de minimis thresholds for other schemes. So we take nutritional information as a good example. There's small businesses, micro businesses don't have to provide all that nutritional information on there if they're very small businesses. And when they introduced the plastic bag tax, they took account of the size of small retailers, so they didn't have to initially have to provide that as well in England. So I think there is scope for us to continue to argue that case as the legislation and this consultation takes place. The second issue, I think it's real concern, is that compatibility between the two separate schemes. I think a lot of the issues go away if there's one scheme for the whole of the UK. Having a separate Scottish scheme, separate to the one in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland is really, really problematic because it means you're going to have to think about separate labels. You're going to have to be able to separate what you sell into Scotland from the rest of the UK. And those are real concerns. So we've been pushing with many in the industry for one scheme for across the UK. And thirdly, I think is about the representation that we're going to have on the DMO and the scheme administrator. There's real concern that if they're producer and retail led, they'll be dominated by all those kind of global drinks companies and others that we know dominate beer production in the UK. And so it's about having some proper representation for small brewers and small companies on there as well. And we're fighting for that. So those are the three main concerns. As I said before, we're expecting the consultation shortly, but I think there's lots of room for all of us to provide information to MPs and ministers, influence how these and frame how these schemes are going to look in the future, and we'll provide further information for you. And I think there's also a role for us as SIBA to provide more information to you so you can prepare your businesses as we get it. So that is what a deposit return scheme looks like. Those are potential implications for businesses, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you have.
That was incredibly interesting. Thank you, Barry. We have had some questions in. I think there's some very worried brewers, but also some very worried bottle shop owners out there. Wide implications for the industry. First question is from a Hoppy Place in Windsor. It says, "Hi Barry, our bottle shop fills 500ml cans from the tap wall, so Crowlers, I'm assuming. Yep. Are you saying that they'll have to register and audit all the cans that go out, or because if so, they would move back to plastic, which seems counterproductive?"
Yeah, so this is a real concern at the moment that I've been talking with officials and ministers about. They haven't exactly decided on the solution to it, but fundamentally, as I think the only way it can work is that the bottle shops will have to register as a producer, because the brewery isn't making any decision or to put it into that crowler. You're making that decision in the bottle shop, and so you're basically making acting as a producer by filling it into a crowler. So I think you're going to have to do those things. I think we should put a bit more pressure on the government on this, and as we get the details, I think that this is a concern that you will have, and loads of other small bottle shops will have as well. And I think we need to make a strong case to the government. In my opinion, they should be exempt because they represent such a small amount of additional containers in the scheme of it. And as you just said, much better than plastic. However, growlers, so reusable bottles, are going to be without, outside the scheme.
Okay, interesting. So actually, perhaps moving towards growlers rather than crowlers may be an option for people.
I think potentially we're seeing the end of the crowlers with this scheme.
Yeah. Hop Hideout in Sheffield, it's Hop Hideout, asking, will prices increase and should they increase to cover the cost implications here? Obviously, the practicalities of how this operates are pretty huge. So do you think it's going to affect prices?
It's a good question. I mean, it depends on the ability for a small brewery to pass on those costs, really. But yeah, there will be, some additional costs from this. Obviously, from a consumer's perspective, what really worries me is that the deposit is per can, per bottle. So if you're buying, say, a big pack of beer, then that is, significantly increases the cost compared to a bottle of spirits. So I think that it actually might encourage people to consume higher alcohol products such as wine or spirits instead of lower alcohol products like beer, and that's quite problematic, I think.
That's interesting. So it's per container. It's nothing to do with the size of that container. So a bottle of vodka at 70 millilitres is treated exactly the same as a 330ml bottle.
It is in Scotland, and we're waiting for the details in England, but it looks like it's going to be the case. So yes, if you're buying a big box of beer, that's going to add a significant increase in cost than it is for a bottle of spirits.
Excuse me, I'm looking on my other screen for the questions here.
Okay.
A question here about beers that are imported from outside of the UK, such as the US. How will a charge be applied onto those, and will the importer be treated like a brewery?
Yeah, so the importer is going to have to take on the responsibilities to do it. So they're going to have to make sure that they fulfill all those responsibilities. Yeah, I think that's going to how it's going to be working for them.
With two different schemes, this question comes in from Christy Slater. So the two different schemes and all that involves, do we have any view on what this might do to the cross-border trading of independent beers and independent ales? So obviously you're going to have a different scheme in Scotland to the UK. How is that going to affect things?
Yeah, this is going to be extremely problematic, I think. So first of all, if you're a brewery in England, you might sell through a wholesaler into Scotland. You might not know how much beer you're selling at all. So first of all, you've got to somehow understand that. And then you've got to fill these responsibilities. And you might decide that it doesn't make any cost-effective sense to do so. So you might stop selling into Scotland. And we made this case very strongly with the Scottish government and with politicians there, that this is going to impact the choice and availability of independent beer in Scotland. But also, yeah, if you're a producer in Scotland and you sell a lot of beer over the border, you're going to have to do different things to that beer, and it makes it extremely problematic as well. So we might find that we're getting less Scottish beer and they're getting less English beer, which I think will be a shame for all of us.
Obviously, the point of this scheme for the consumer, and you can see why it appeals to a consumer audience as well. It's improving kind of recycling. It's getting money back for a deposit they've paid. Does this mean, that all of those containers which are out there potentially kind of littering roads, so things like discarded cans and PET bottles at roadsides? This question's coming from Brummy Hun, a bit of a chat room name there. The PET bottles at the roadside, they've been discarded. Do they have value? So can they just be returned to Sainsbury's? Can people pick up cans and bottles from the side of the road and just return them for money?
They can. You're exactly right. That's what we're going to see. So all has a value. And like I said in the presentation, quite concerned about pubs that just put them outside, that don't have the room or storage for them. And people are just going to steal them because they've got a value, and then they can get money back from them. So that's a real concern about how it's going to work.
There's no kind of condition expectation on there. So it's not kind of like they don't need to be reused. They're being recycled, aren't they?
They are being recycled. So obviously they're going to have to stay intact. And this is an issue about including glass because it can potentially get broken. It has an additional handling danger to tap rooms and pubs, and etc. So there is an issue with the glass. And if you pick it up and return it, it's got to still be as a glass bottle. It can't be broken ones to be able to get the deposit back. So those type of issues do exist. And one thing they are exploring is a digital version of this. So I've had some conversation with people that are looking to do it, that you could somehow install a code within the bottles themselves, and then people could scan them, and the deposit is done automatically through the internet. So that might be a possibility, but we're waiting to see. And they're trialing that in a couple of places in Wales and in Northern Ireland at the moment. And we'll see if that's a kind of a cost-effective way to do it, because it could mean instead of having to go to a store where there's a reverse vending machine or take it back to a shop, a consumer could just scan it at home, get the deposit back, and then they could just put it in with their curbside collection instead. So that might be an interesting possibility.
There's an interesting question coming from Martin Rake, who basically says they sell empty cans and bottles for home brewers who package their own beer. How would that be regulated? And will there be a cost? Will there be a cost added onto the sales of empty cans and bottles?
No, so it won't work at that stage. It's a producer responsibility. So it puts the responsibility on breweries and other kind of drinks manufacturers rather than the actual manufacturers of the glass and cans. So if you're making glass bottles, then you should be able to just continue to do them. I don't think it will require a deposit because it's empty.
Got you, understood. Another question from Jenny Watson. I think you might have covered this earlier, but I'll ask the question on Jenny's behalf. What are brewers supposed to do with the return bottles? Is there an expectation to reuse them? Obviously, many don't have washing facilities and use lightweight glass, which is not necessarily reusable. So, but that's not really the point of this scheme, is it?
No, exactly right. So it's not a reusable scheme; it's a recycling scheme. So this isn't about encouraging anyone to reuse them, but if you do reuse them, then they're outside the scheme. So there is that kind of incentive. So if you a brewer that wants to set up a reusable bottle scheme, they could do so and manage it themselves, and that would be separate to the deposit return scheme. In Scotland, we'll have to see the exact details in the English one, but that's what they're doing in Scotland. So I know some brewers are looking to set up a reusable scheme just to be outside DRS in Scotland. But this is a recycling scheme. It's just encouraging people to recycle products more, and that's why they've got those targets of up to 90% to just get more people to recycle.
Obviously, the kind of reusable bottles has been big on the continent for a long time. In Germany, your Pilsners and your Hellers tend to be in kind of refillable containers, and the breweries use those fleet bottles which are heavy and chunky and last a long time. Do you think that's something which might happen in the UK? Do you think this is going to encourage more breweries to start using, looking into reusable bottles?
It is a possibility. So like I said, in Scotland, there's a couple of breweries that I'm aware of that are looking at introducing their own reusable system, so that's not part of the DRS. And it might be a possibility for everyone, but it's not a possibility for some. You just mentioned that it's got all those additional costs, so you've got to be able to get those bottles back, to be able to reuse them. You've got to be able to wash them, refill them. And also in the industry, we're seeing increasingly people are moving towards cans, which you can't reuse in the same way.
Just scrolling through the questions here, we've had quite a few questions coming over the last couple of minutes. I'm going to find one for you.
Great.
1 second. This is from Werewolf Beer. It says in the US it's generally 5 cents. Why is this so high at 20p? Is it lining the pockets of the people invested in the collection management businesses and infrastructure who might just be kind of big political donors? Why is it 20p?
Yeah, we pushed for 10p in the consultation in Scotland, but they set it on 20p, and that. But it could change in the future as well, and it probably will do. Like we've seen with the plastic bag taxes in some countries, that they start at a low amount and they increase it. And they just decided that represents a value that people can pay, but also there's an incentive to return it. So that's the reason they set it on 20p. Like I said, we'll have to see what they're going to do in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, if they're going to have the same amount or a different amount.
And a second question from Brummyhun, who's asking, on a pallet of say 500 milliliter cans, 2,400 cans, they usually charge. So do I charge the wholesaler £480? They then charge all their retail customers £4.80 per case of 24. Is that kind of how it would work?
That's how it's probably going to work. Yes, exactly. So the deposits will go around in a circle. So exactly how it's supposed to work. So they'll charge the retailer that amount for the deposits, and then the retailer will get them from their customers. So it goes around in a big circle.
Got you. We're giving you a right grilling here, Barry. I apologise, but
no, it's all right. No, it's great. It's great to see that there's lots of questions. So.
I've got a question in from Larissa Graber, who says, what kind of transparency will there be with this scheme? You know, what's the guarantee that things are actually being recycled and not just brand new bottles and things like that? So what's the transparency? What's the kind of safeguards on this scheme?
Okay, well, I mean, they've got some these targets, and it's going to be monitored by, you know, SIBA in Scotland and DEFRA in the UK, and they'll have targets. They'll have what they do is they're going to be collecting quite a lot of data as well on the different packages. So they'll be able to, they hope to be able to identify, you know, whose goods aren't coming back, whose beer is not coming back, and then finding out why. So they'll have all that kind of data just to hit these targets. So in Scotland, they've got these 3-year targets going up to 90%. I think they want to hit something very similar in England as well. So how transparent that information is, I'm not quite sure, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, one question. This is from me. This question, but you're talking earlier about the reverse vending machine system. So they have these a lot on the continent where you know put them through and it consumers put them through and it kind of gives them their refund. How is that going to work in practice? So a kind of small brewer is going to be expected to have these at their breweries? Are these going to be just something that appears at, you know, your local Tesco's, or is there a plan from the kind of scheme administrators as to how this is going to work in practice and who should be getting involved in things like reverse vending machines?
Yeah, so I mean, the key to the scheme is to make it as simple as possible for the consumer. So they need to make sure there's enough return points in the local villages, towns, cities that people can do that. And that's probably a bit more difficult in some ways if it's a village and there's only one shop, you know, and just making sure there's enough return points. But I think this is an opportunity for brewers as well. So if you've got a big car park and got space for a big reverse vending machine, you might be able to get one in. You're going to be covered for the handling fees. So, you know, it might be a possibility for you. But others that don't, that are tiny, it might not make any sense at all. But like I said before, there is exemptions. So they've set out some rules on the exemptions, and you can apply in Scotland. You'll be able to apply in England, Northern Ireland, and Wales as well. And they'll set out the rules for that, just to make sure that there's enough locations in the local population for people to be able to return their bottles and cans.
Got a question from Palmer's Brew, who basically says, what is it to stop me taking bottles from the brewery to a supermarket and claiming a deposit on each? If I get 20p each with the cost of the bottle, a label's about 10p. So yeah, well, what's to stop brewers just returning these to supermarkets?
Yeah, I mean, you do. You know, I sometimes wonder if there's actually going to be more money in just labelling up some empty bottles than there is in selling beer. Unfortunately, under this scheme, you know, but you're right that the fraud element is a real risk for the scheme, and there are some dangers that you can end up bankrupting them. So we've seen elsewhere in Europe where you've had one place that has a separate scheme next to a country that doesn't. So it's similar to what they're going to introduce with Scotland going first before England. So there's those cross-border fraud issues that could actually bankrupt the schemes themselves. So there are those kind of concerns. Obviously, you know, from your perspective, if you started doing that, then the scheme administrator is going to know how many bottles you're supposed to be putting out there. And if there's suddenly a massive increase in them, they're going to ask you for those producer fees and others, and they're going to be asking why. So there's those type of mechanisms, I think, within the scheme to kind of address some of that.
So final question really is, you know, where should people go for more information on this? You know, where should they go to do the research? Obviously, it's going to affect a lot of brewers. What information is available, and what information have SIBA made available on this issue?
Yeah, so we've got some information on our website on the Scottish scheme, and there's more there. And I think that we'll do some more of these sessions for our members over the next year or two as we get some more detailed information, just to help you prepare. I think we can provide some guides as well. So we're doing some more of that. And I think as soon as we get the consultation, you know, we'll put something out to our members to help them respond if they want to, and we'll be responding to shape some of that. And I think also there's more that we can do to enable you to have conversations with your local MPs as well, just to put across the implications it's going to have for your businesses. So I think those are the three things that we're looking to do in the future. But yeah, your starting point for the Scottish one is that there's some good guides on our website, and we'll have some more information in due course.
I'm just going to squeeze you for one more question. It's just a really interesting one coming as I was about to finish. So this one's coming from Jenny Watson, who basically says that if the person dropping off the bottles gets 20p per bottle, so the consumer, paid for by the retailer they take it to, who pays the retailer for the bottles they didn't sell? So what if you've got bottles on your shelf that you've not sold, you as the retailer are, paid the deposit on those, who's kind of reimbursing for that? What happens in that situation?
So the scheme administrator will reimburse you. So you as a retailer, you've paid the deposits to the brewery for the bottles that you have, and then the scheme administrator will reimburse you for those deposits as well. So it's supposed to work around in that kind of cycle. So, but you're right, that means that you have to wait until you sold those goods until they go out as well. So there is that issue to it. So.
Brilliant. Well, thanks, Barry. I think that pretty much covers off everything. Sure everyone agrees listening. That was a really, really interesting, useful session. It was good to get lots of questions in from brewers and bottle shop owners that it's going to affect. So yeah, thank you, Barry.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our next session, session 5, which is looking at insights in New England IPAs, Brut IPAs and yeast. And we have Gino Bart from Fermentus, who's going to be talking to us today. I mean, this session will consider how selecting the best yeast for New England IPAs and Brut IPAs can help you brew better and more flavorful beers. Gino Bart from Fermentus will highlight some new research on yeast hop interactions and the impact of hopping regimes on beer flavor. So let's pass on to Gino. There'll be plenty of opportunities for questions. Please put them in the chat and we'll pick them up afterwards. So please welcome Gino for his presentation.
Oh, hi guys. I'm not sure if I'm visible or hearable already. Yes, okay, I see the thumbs up from Jenna. Thanks, Jenna. So I'm Gino. As was just announced, I'm going to talk about New England IPA, Brut IPA, and yeast hop interactions. I work in Northern Europe for Fermentus. So if you have any questions that you don't want to ask in the chat later on or during the talk, you can always send me an email. My email address is on this slide. So before I kick off, you can go to the next slide, please. I'll shortly introduce Fermentus. So Fermentus, are we going to the next slide? I don't see it. All right. Sorry, guys. Going live on the YouTube stream is a bit new for me. Anyway, so Fermentus is based in France, in Lille actually. It's in the north, so it's quite close to the UK. If you take a train, it takes you about 1.5 hours from London to reach Lille. Lille is a nice city. I have a small picture on the slide. With a great beer lineup. So I mean, it doesn't only have like great French craft beers, but also a lot of beers from Belgium, because we're very close to the Belgian border. Also, all the Belgian classics are available in the pubs. It's really worth a visit. On the upper left of the slide, you see that a picture of the factory. So all the yeast for brewing are actually produced in Ghent. In our factory, once every year, once every 2 years, we have like an open day because of the coronavirus. It hasn't happened for more than a year now, but if it happens, you will be informed, and you are most welcome to visit our production facilities and enjoy some beers while we're at it. So next slide, please. At Fermentus, we work for the world of fermented beverages, as we call it. We focus on beer, wine, cider, but also spirits, any potable alcohol. We have products for hard seltzer in our portfolio, and the main products are yeast, bacteria, and yeast derivatives. Today, obviously, I will focus mainly on yeast. So let's go into yeast. Next slide, please. Yeast is a living treasure, yeah, you can skip this slide. Is a living treasure. It's a sexual or asexual organism, as most of you know. It's a fungus, and if you look in the upper left on the tree of life, you see it's quite closely related to animals. So the genetic background actually of yeast is quite similar to humans. If you look in scientific literature, the smart guys estimate there are around 200,000 species in the world. But if you look industrially, so really the ones that are put on the market, you talk about a few hundred strains that are available for you. So most of the biological diversity so far is still unexplored. So for brewing, we have two main species. So the ale yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and the lager yeast. And I think at day one, this was already discussed. The Saccharomyces pastorianus, which is a hybrid between Saccharomyces cerevisiae and Saccharomyces eubayanus. So I will not go into more details about this. So next slide, please. So at Fermentis, the yeast that we have for brewing are put on this slide. We have 15 dry yeasts, 3 lagers and 3 special ranges. So the SAF Brew range. This range is actually a range of yeast that does not fit in the more classical range, the SAF Ale range. And today I will highlight the DA16, which is a yeast enzyme combination. And I will discuss a lot of information and results on the other yeast, but I'll come back to that later. We also have quite recently launched 2 new bacteria on the market, homofermentative Lactobacillus plantarum, LP652, and a Lactobacillus brevis, LB1, which is heterofermentative. So these 2 can be used for kettle souring. We also have 1 functional product now on the market called Spring Blanche. Spring Blanche is a product that you add to create and maintain permanent haze in beer. So, you know, if you are making a New England IPA and it turns out bright, I would say after 5 or 6 weeks of storage, consider adding Spring Blanche because your beer will stay hazy forever. So what do all these yeasts have in common? Can go to the next slide, please. It's the alcoholic fermentation. I kind of summed it up in 1 slide. Obviously, this is simplified. So we start with malt. We do our mashing scheme. So the enzymes work to make fermentable sugars. On average, the composition is around 10 to 15% glucose, 50 to 60% maltose. You have 10 to 20% maltotriose and 50 to 20% dextrins, obviously depending on the mash scheme that you use. If you alter the mash scheme, you can make more or less residual sugars later on. So starting from the sugars, you go, which is shown in the middle, you convert the glucose into actually CO2 and ethanol. Molecularly, it's 1 glucose is converted to 2 molecules of CO2 and 2 molecules of ethanol. And that's obviously done by the yeast as shown above on the slide. If you look really on more practical values, I just put the Belling equation here. Belling was a German scientist who came up with this formula quite a long time ago, Carl Belling. It's I think it was 1843 or something. And he found out that if you ferment 1 kilogram of sugar, you produce 484 grams of ethanol, 463 grams of CO2, and 53 grams of yeast. So on average, around 5% of all the sugar that you put in is converted into yeast. Not only yeast and ethanol and CO2, as shown on the right side of the slide, but also things like glycerol, several acids, can be acetic acid, citric acid, so anything that comes from the citric acid cycle. Obviously, also some residual sugars will end up in your final beer, but most importantly, aromas. That's what we as brewers like a lot. So if you go to the next slide, please. If you're thinking about aromas, and look at the yeast fermentative metabolism, which is not shown yet, but because I'm looking actually at the same time as you on YouTube, I noticed there's some delay, but I'll go ahead anyway because I have so much to talk about. So you start with sugar again, and the sugar is converted into, as I mentioned before, ethanol, and here it is, ethanol and CO2. But as you see here, also a lot of other flavor compounds are being produced. One of them, or 2 of them that are produced by all yeasts are the so-called acetate esters, which are on the bottom right. Compounds like azoamyl acetate, a banana flavor, or an ethyl acetate, a more solventy flavor, are produced by all yeast, but obviously in different quantities. You have specific yeast that produce the more clovey compounds, the 4VG, which is also shown on the picture. So the phenolic yeast, these are the POF positive yeast. I'll discuss them in a minute. So all different yeasts produce different flavor profiles. So the question is, if you go to the next slide, is there any relatedness between the genetic background of a yeast and the flavor profile it produces? So for this, what we did is we sequenced all the genomes of the yeast that we have in our portfolio, which are shown on this slide. And what you see on the slide is actually a so-called circular phylogenetic tree. So similar as the tree of life I showed earlier. You see that you see a bunch of lines, and actually the distance between the endpoints, so the different yeasts, the distance between them is actually the genetic distance between the yeasts. So if you start from the bottom and go to the center line, the bottom point is actually the most common ancestor, as it is called. And then if you look at how some yeasts are related, you just look at the distance between the lines. So to give you an example, on the left, you have WBO6 and BE134, so the purple package and the more orange package. These are two diastaticus yeasts we have, and they are both POF positive. And you see they cluster nicely together in this green group of beer2. And you also see that the distance between them is quite close. So they are genetically quite related. But still they produce very different flavor profile. Then if you take the one on top, the T58, which is also a POF positive yeast, so it produces this spicy note, but it is not a diastaticus. And then you see it clusters in a different group. So if you all look at this, genetic information, you can go to the next slide, please. The question is there any, or does the genetic diversity that we have in the fermenters portfolio also correspond with the flavor diversity of the yeast? And then you can immediately skip the next slide and go to the one after that, please. So to find out what we do and what we did is actually so-called baseline fermentations, where we ferment all the yeast under the exact same conditions. So we made a 15 Plato wort. I added iso alpha acid as bittering, so no hops addition, only iso alpha extract. We pitched all the yeast at 50 grams per hectoliter. We fermented all the yeast at 23 degrees Celsius in atmospheric conditions. Then we made the beers. We did this in triplicate. We made the beers, and then we did a full sensory analysis. And then we combined all the results of these analysis and came up with this simplified version of the results. And we decided to put it like this, just to give you a quick idea on, okay, if you're looking for a fruity yeast, you can select easy. So you see here 3 axes, neutral, fruity, and spicy. And the different yeasts that we have are positioned in this image. So to give you an example, if you're looking for a neutral yeast, you can look on the neutral axis and find a yeast that is quite neutral. You see, for instance, W3470. It's a lager yeast. It is neutral, and we know it's neutral in a variety of conditions. I will not discuss that today. You also see USO5. USO5 is also quite a neutral yeast if you compare it to the other yeasts in our portfolio. And that's a yeast that's used a lot for IPA. And you want that to be quite neutral because you want to have the dominant hop character in IPA and not so much the yeast character. So you can go to the next slide, please. So we know, based on this results, that yeast is the main actor in flavor formation during fermentation. I think most of you know this, and what we want to know is what is the impact of the yeast in combination with hops, as in relation to hop yeast interactions. That's what we want to know. So You can jump to the next slide, please. Again, next slide, please. So if you talk about hops-yeast interactions, it's still kind of a mystery box because there are so many yeasts available, and there are so many hop varieties available, and so many ways of making wort and making different compositions of wort. It's very hard to grasp the hop-yeast interaction, but we made a start of it. And we did a lot of experiments, which I will go into now. So what we did is actually we looked at fermentations in the same conditions. So we kept the gravity, the temperature, and the pitching rate constant, and just looked at hops in combination with different yeasts. And to better explain, I have two case studies I want to show. And I'll start with the first one. It's the New England IPA, or the hazy IPA. You can go to the next slide. As you see here, I think most of you have seen or brewed actually a New England hazy IPA. And well, it's referred to now officially as a beer, as you see, can read in various style guides. But it looks actually like fruit juice, to be honest, with a little bit of foam, just a little bit. And I think a lot of people in the UK like a little bit of foam. They're not much foam lovers anyway. So, but it's not really a beer-like. So if we want to know, okay, what yeast would be suitable to produce a beer like this, we came up with a research program. But before we do, we actually look in the different style guides. Okay, what should this beer be? So if you go to the next slide, and I have an example here of the style guides that we looked into. These are just two examples. As you know, New England IPA is still quite a new beer. I think the first time was 2017 or 2016 when the first came to the market actually. And if you look in the guidelines on the flavor descriptors, there was a new flavor descriptors that was not there before for any of the other beer styles. It was the descriptor juicy beer, hazy beer was there, but juicy was a new kind of flavor descriptor. So to find out which of our yeast, you can go to the next slide, please, would be suitable, we did a big experiment where we used one recipe, 3 different hop varieties, and 9 different yeasts. We used 2 lager yeasts and 7 ale yeasts, of which 2 were POF positive. And you can go to the next slide. So skip the next one. So the yeast, yeah, you can skip this. The yeast that we studied were S33, SO4, US05. So SO4, US05 are being used a lot in the UK. We looked at K97, B256, B134, D58, S189, S23. So we made a wort, 16 Plato, 10% flaked oaks, 10% flaked wheat, and 80% Pilsner malt. Obviously, the oat and the wheat were also to get some additional haziness. We used the mash scheme, traditional one, 63 degrees. One back, please, and slide. It was a bit too fast. 40 minutes at 63, 25 minutes 72, 1 minute at 78. We used 3 different hops, Citra, Simcoe, Mosaic, all in equal amounts for a total dosing of 1 kilogram per hectoliter. And then we use a dosing regime of 25% of the 1 kilogram per hectoliter in the whirlpool at 15 minutes. We added 25% during fermentation, so we started at day 2. We added another 25% at day 4 of fermentation. And then we added the last part in the dry hopping at 10 degrees, 25% during maturation. And then we did a full analysis. So we looked at all kinds of things, but since I want to discuss a lot of things today, I cannot show you a result. But you can go to the next slide, please. One of the results I'm showing just as an example is, for instance, the turbidity level. So from all the beers that we produced, we looked at different characteristics, sensory, but also visually. And we also did analytical work on it, but I will show these results later. If you simply look at turbidity level, you can see on the picture, here's the lineup of the beers that were brewed, that you from immediately you can see, okay, some of them could be suitable for New England IPA, like, you know, the first beer that you see in most in the front, it's a bit hazy, but then the second one is already looking more bright, the third one is more hazy, then the fourth one is again more bright. So some of them were actually not really suitable, you could see immediately, and others could be suitable. So if you score that, you know, in sensory from non-brilliant to very strong, you can come up with a scale. We use a scale between 1 and 8, which is kind of standard. And then if you look at the turbidity level reached by the different yeast used, you see 3 ones are standing out. K97, SO4, and S33 had the highest score. So based simply on the turbidity level, you could say that these 3 yeasts could be suitable to produce a New England IPA. But obviously, there's way more than just the turbidity level. So if you go to the next slide, please. So we looked at all kinds of things. And I'm showing now the results in one slide in a spider plot, where the different where you have on the outside, so on the different axes. I hope you know a spider plot. So on the different axes, we have the different flavor descriptors or characteristics. So we have turbidity level, we have mild character, hop fruitiness, hop citric, hop tropical, etc. And then you have the different colors. So the different colors represent the different yeasts. So to give an example, if you look at turbidity level, you see the one that is on the top, it's say the light green one, which corresponds to S33. If you look at hop character, for instance, you see the bright green one is on top, which is K97. So this is a bit complex still to see, okay, which one is really suitable for New England IPA. So what we did is a so-called principal component analysis, which is it's a mathematical reduction method to reduce actually the dimensionality of really large data sets to a smaller set while containing the most important information. I know that's a mouthful, but practically it means that you cluster the data and you visualize it in a way that is more easy to explain and where you find more easy the correlations. So you can go to the next slide, please. So actually in the course of the presentation, I will show you a lot of these so-called PCA plots. So in the plot that will come up in a minute, you see red vectors. So we call these active variables, and these are actually the things that are measured. So we looked at hop character, hop citric, body, sulfury, after bitterness, phenolic, fermentation fruity. So these are all positioned in this plot. And then we have in blue the so-called observed variables, which are in our case the only thing that we varied were the yeasts. So here we have the yeasts. And then if you look, okay, what is important for the New England IPA style? It's juiciness, because juicy is the most important flavor descriptor if you look in the style guide. But also others like hop citric, hop tropical. And you look at those descriptors on the right here, and they are all in this circle. You see that you have sorry, I'm being disturbed. You see that you have 4 yeasts actually that are close to these important descriptors: the BE256, the K97, the S33, and the SO4. So we have 4 potential candidates that actually are closest to the desired flavor descriptors in the New England IPA style. So you can go to the next slide, please. So in addition to sensory analysis, we also did volatile analysis, so real analytical work. And I'm showing you again immediately a PCA plot. So we measured all important hop flavors like myrcene, we measured total hop oils, we measured all kinds of hop components and esters actually in the beer. And then came up again with this clustering analysis, where in red now you see the different flavors. So this is the bottom left that you have to look in this slide. And again, in blue, you have the active variables. And there you see that we have 3 yeasts remaining, SO4, S33, and K97. They are all in the upper right quadrant of this, and these push out basically the most important flavor characteristics of for the New England IPA. So in combination with the sensory and analytically, we came out with 3 yeasts that we think are the most suitable to produce a New England IPA, which are SO4, S33, and K97. There's a nice heart around these 3. I didn't put it. It was actually our sensory analysis expert, Gabriella, who did this. But this way, with this research, we can actually now recommend any of these 3 yeasts for New England IPA. On the bottom right, you see something else that was actually the reason to go into more follow-up research. What you see here is on the x-axis, you see the different yeasts that we use in this study, and on the y-axis, the amount of hop oils that were actually measured in the different fermentations. And you see that in this case, in this combination with these 3 hops and the different yeast, you see that S33, SO4, so the first 2 bars, and then the 4th bar, K97, actually also had the most hop oil in the beer, while other yeasts had less. And the reason, and the question is, why are some yeasts, adding extra hop oil to the beer, while others are not? What's happening? What is the interaction between the yeasts? So I will come to that later. First, I want to show a second case study, which is the Brut IPA study. You can now skip 2 slides and go to slide 22, please. First, in short, what is a Brut IPA? Brut IPA is a new style of beer. I think it's like 1 year old now, or maybe 1.5 year old. It's like it looks like champagne style beer. It's very light. It's very sparkling. It's bone dry, so there's no residual sugar in this beer. There's almost no foam. I think you will like that as British guys and girls, because you don't like foam anyway. And it should be very fruity. So fruity, hop forward, dry, sparkling beer, like a celebration beer. I think everybody should at least brew one to celebrate the end of the Corona crisis, because that would be the real celebration. So when we started developing products for Brut IPA, there was no real flavor descriptors available, so we had nothing to work with. So you can go to the next slide, please. So we came up with our own objectives in this case. We said, okay, the beer has to be dry, so we want to have at least a degree of fermentation of over 90%. We need fast fermentation. We want to go, up high in ABV, potentially, maybe 16%. We don't want that diastatic yeast. We want very fruity flavor expression in the beer. We want to push out hoppy flavors. Obviously, we don't want off flavors. So the solution that we came up with is, okay, to ensure that we have a very dry beer, we have to add an enzyme, and we added amyloglucosidase. I will explain in a minute how that works. And we use that in combination with different POF negative, because we don't want the phenolics in this beer style, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, to see, okay, what combinations from our collection would be nice. And to give you an idea, the collection that we have in yeast at Le Savre is more than 7,000 strains. So, you know, from that vault of strains, specific strains were selected and combinations were made. So before I go into the experimental setup, let me quickly explain to the next slide what amyloglucosidase is. Amyloglucosidase is an enzyme actually that hydrolyzes two bonds, 1,4 and 1,6 alpha linkages in amylose and amylopectins to release glucose units. So to cut it short, if you add amyloglucosidase to a solution with long chain sugars or even starch, it will be cut to single sugar units. You can go to the next slide, please. So for this beer style, we used again one reference recipe for Brut IPA and 6 different yeast enzyme mixes in combination again with 3 different hops, Cascade, Mosaic, and Citra. We looked at fermentation performance, volatiles, and again sensory analysis. So you can skip the next one and go to the next one, please. So the yeast mixes that we studied were 6 mixes, 2 of which were actually ended up on the market. You can skip this slide now, please. It's HA18 and DA16, but I'll come to that in a minute. So we started out in this case with a 14 Plato wort. We used 85% Pilsner malt and 15% sugar, which we added at boil. We added sugar to ensure to end up with really dry beer. You know, if you add sugar or rice to your mash, you will end up with a more dry beer. We used a classic mash scheme, 40 minutes 63, 25 minutes 72, and 1 minute 78 mash off. And in this experiment, we only did whirlpool hopping at 700 grams per hectoliter, again with Cascade, Mosaic, and Citra. So now already you see the results. Just to indicate fermentation and the sugar profile. So on the left side, you have the gravity versus time for the different yeasts, yeast enzyme mixes. You see, you know, most of them are done in 2 days. We have one slow guy, mix 4, which is done in 5 days. Then if you look on the graph on the right, you see the amount of sugars on the y-axis in gram per liter, and you have the different types of sugar, so glucose, maltose, maltotriose, etc., in the different colors. And on the x-axis, you have the different mixes. And you see in the wort, so we started out with around 90 grams per liter of sugars, and then at the end of fermentation, you see it's virtually 0 for all the mixes. So we can say, okay, all the beers were bone dry. You can go to the next slide, please. Then we did a sensory analysis, and in this case, I'm showing a spider plot, which is actually opened up. It's still quite complex, and if you want, you can skip the next slide and go to slide 29. Are we there yet? I'm talking faster than the slides. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. So this is still quite difficult to see this data and to say something about it. So if I just highlight some points, like what is interesting and important for the Brut IPA style is, for instance, the fruity odor character. And then if you look at that, so this is the 3rd flavor descriptor. You see that the one that stands out is the yellow one. It's the DA16. And then you can look at different flavor descriptors. Hop tropical, if you look at that, then you see mix 4 is on top. If you look at fermentation fruity, then you see DA16 and mix 3 is on top. There's one that is standing out, which is phenolic, which is actually the HA18. This is the only POF positive yeast actually in the system. So you see that you fish this out in sensory analysis. Go to the next slide, please. And then we did, next to the sensory, we also did volatiles, obviously. I can go quite quickly on the volatiles because otherwise I cannot finish my complete presentation. Bottom line is also there you see differences in terms of total sum of hop alcohols, total sum of esters, total sum of terpenes, and total sum of hop oils for the different mixes. So to make sense again of the whole massive set of data, we again did clustering analysis, so PCA. So you can go to the next slide, please, to come up, with better indications of okay, which mix is now really the true, which are now the true good candidates. So again, on this slide, you see in red the active variables, so all the things that we measured. In this case, you see all hop components like linalool, myrcene, citronelle, hop tropical. So in this combination, and you see that actually two, I would say, based on this analysis, perform well, mix 4 and DA16, because these two are very close to all the important flavor descriptors for this beer style. And then it was decided to launch DA16 on the market because this had the fastest fermentation kinetics and was actually the most, say, fruity forward beer that we produced. So you can now go to the next slide and skip this and go to slide 33, please. So, what I showed so far is a lot of results, I think. I hope it's clear. But if you combine all these results, it's still a massive complexity because we used actually different yeasts, okay, but we also used 3 different hop varieties. Mosaic, Citra, and Simcoe, and we don't know which hops actually was interacting with the yeasts. It could have been Citra, it could have been Mosaic, it could have been a combination of 1 or 2 or all 3. We don't know. So we decided, okay, if we want to make a little bit of sense and get more insight into yeast hop interaction, we have to look at yeast and single hop interactions. So in the next study, I will show you results on that. You can go to the next slide, please. So the question is what hops to select, because you have a variety of hundreds of hops are available now on the market, and we decided actually to go for Cascade because Cascade is still the most used American hop. It is also the mother of many new hop varieties, like Citra and others. So it's an important hop for the industry. So that's why we decided to go for Cascade. You can go to the next slide, please. So what we did is we made beer, obviously, and we used 3 different hopping regimes. We used late hopping, which is whirlpool hopping. We used dry hopping, which is adding hops in the fermenter, as you know. And we used a combination of late and dry hopping. Total amount that we used was 300 grams per hectoliters. So in late hopping, 300 grams in dry hopping, and in late, the combination of late hopping and dry hopping, we added 50-50 amounts. So we fermented this with 11 different fermenters yeast, 3 lager yeasts we looked at, and 7 ale yeasts, of which 3 were positive. And if you look on the bottom left, you can see the exact conditions. Again, we looked at fermentation performance, and I'm not showing all this data because there's simply not enough time. So I'll jump immediately to final results. If you want to know more, you can always contact me. I have plenty of webinars available which explains the complete story. We looked at, again, volatiles, and we also did sensory analysis. So you can go to the next slide, please. So this is what we found. And again, in red, you have the active variables, so the descriptors that we looked at. And in blue, you have the different yeasts in combination with the different hopping regimes. And as you can see, the yeast, the different regimes are all over the place. It seems like, okay, if you dry hop, you get a completely different beer flavor profile than if you look at dry hop, and if you compare it to the late dry hop combination. So to point out some, I'm highlighting a few. You can go to the next slide, please. One of them, an interesting one, is the W3470. I'm not sure if you ever heard one of my previous webinars on the impact of fermentation conditions on the flavor profile of beer, where we varied pitching rate, gravity, and temperature in a vast amount of conditions for the different yeasts to see if we could, steer the flavor development in these different conditions. And the result of that study was that W3470 was like a German stone. It didn't move. It was always clean and robust, and always delivered a very neutral flavor profile. And then if you look here in this study where we changed the hopping regime, you see that again the W3470, which is here in purple, is very close together. So even if you change the hopping regime, this yeast doesn't change the flavor profile in combination with Cascade, at least, too much. Can go to the next slide, please. But others actually do move around quite significantly. So we call them the gypsies in this study, because these guys move around when you change the hopping regime. So I'm highlighting now S189, which is a lager yeast, K97 and S33, the two yeasts that we saw before, which were important for the New England IPA yeast. And in this case, well, it's not there yet, but you can see that, for instance, for the S189, if you do a late hopping or if you do a dry hopping, you get completely different flavor profiles in the beer. If you use a combination of late and dry hopping, you get something in between. So you could say, okay, that sounds quite logical. But then if you look at K97, which is here in purple, in the bottom left, you see LH, K97 LH, which is late hopping. And then you see in the middle, K97 LDH, late dry hopping. And you see on the right top, you see K97 dry hopping. So there you see there's a very big difference. If you do late hopping, you almost get no, really hoppy profile or hop characteristic in the beer. While if you do dry hopping or late dry hopping, you get more hop character actually in the beer. So this is already a strong indication that you can, if you change the hopping regime, you change the beer flavor profile. That's a fact. You can go to the next slide, please. So if you come up, and I'm now showing kind of an overview of all the yeasts together in a spider plot. So in this case, the yeasts are actually positioned on the axis while the flavor profile is in the area. So it's actually the other way around, as I showed before, for the case of late hopping, late dry hopping, and dry hopping. And the key message here of this slide is, if you look at the three different conditions, you see three different pictures. So if you do dry hopping, you see quite a big dark green general hoppiness character. If you compare it, for instance, to late hopping, and late dry hopping seems to be somewhere in the middle, which is kind of logical, but the profile itself is different. So it means that you can actually, as a brewer, steer towards the exact flavor that you want in your beer, which is quite interesting. So the key learnings, you can go to the next slide, actually, or to the next one, to 41, please. So the key learnings from this study is that For every hopping regime, we get a specific flavor profile. Some have big impact, but some have not. If you look at W3470, no matter how you hop, dry hop or late dry hop or a combination, it doesn't move, while others move around quite a bit. And these are actually the most interesting. So we were wondering, because the ones that we found, S189 and in particular S33 and K97, these are fruity yeasts. We know they are fruity. So we wonder if the primary fruitiness also contributes to the overall hop fruity perception. So is there a synergy between a fruity yeast and an aromatic hop? So for that we did a new experiment. We compared late dry hopping versus no hopping in an experiment. In this case, so you can go to the next slide, please. We added 200 plus 200 grams of cascade, so 200 in late hopping, 200 in dry hopping, and we compared it to the non-hop situation, so without hopping. You can go and to slide 43, please. So skip one slide. So here I show the results of, yeah, you can skip this one, of unhopped versus hopped. And then you can see, you see again a spider plot with all the flavor descriptors, and the lines in the middle represent the different yeasts that we used in this study. And as you can see, actually in one view, you see that as soon as you hop, the flavor profile changes. So for instance, if you look at, for instance, general hoppy expression, if it's most pronounced with K97 and US05, if you compare it to the unhopped situation, and so on. So you can go to slide 45, please. So this is a bit difficult to see, so you can open up actually again this spider plot and look at it in a more linear way, which makes it a bit more easy to see. And then discover that there are, for all yeasts, there are quite some differences. Some very pronounced, some not. And I see I already passed the time, so I will wait until we see this. So I have quite a lot of these lined up actually in the presentation, but I'm gonna skip a few because we almost ran out of time. So I will go to the clustering analysis immediately. So if you could please go to slide 52, please. So again, we converted this data set in combination with analytical results to a PCA analysis, and came up with PCA plots. And as soon as it's there, I can explain. So in this PCA plot, I compare the again, we have in red the active variables, so the characteristic that we looked at. So we have phenolic, hop verbal, general hop expression, etc. Thank you. And what you see here, we have two clusters, which is nice. So you have in blue all the different yeasts, and here in gray on the left you see the unhopped condition, and on the right you see the hopped condition. So you see that many of the important hop descriptors are on the right actually, and other descriptors like fruity banana, which are typically also yeast related, are on the left. Can go to the next slide, please. So what you also see in this data set, that all the POF positive yeast, so the yeast that produce this spicy note, also form a cluster. They are all on top of the, if you look in the PCA analysis. So they also clustered nicely together. I'm waiting. Actually, it's the first time that that I go faster than the technology. So as you see, as I just mentioned, on top we have the phenolic zone. So the three positive yeasts in this study, WBO6B, 134, and T58, are on top, both in the unhopped and the hopped situation. So if we look a bit further and combine this with the analytical data, you can go to the next slide, please. And we compare the unhopped situations versus the hopped situation. In this case, for the analytical results, we see that we have three yeasts that cluster together, K97, S189, and S33 on the upper left. And actually, that's quite interesting because we already found before, as I showed, that these were the three gypsies in our studies. And these are apparently also the most fruity in the unhopped situation, which is shown here in the PCA plot on the left. Then if you compare it with the hopped situation, which is the PCA plot on the right, then again you see in the upper left quadrant S189 underscore H, S33 underscore H, and K97 underscore H also clustered together in where all these important hop fruity flavors are present. So there's actually a match between the observed variables, in this case the observed three yeasts, and the active variables, so the measured characteristics. You can go to the next slide, please. So the question is there synergy? Because it seems that if you have a yeast that is fruity by itself, fruity by nature, and you can see that in the unhopped situation, does it actually enhance the hop fruity perception in the hopped situation? And you see that actually happening on this slide. Actually, if you compare, yep, it's here. If you compare the left with the right situation, you see that there's synergy. And to make it even more clear, what we did is we actually removed the phenolic factor, which is the one on the upper right, the phenolic factor. You can remove this from analysis, and you can go to the next slide. And if you do that, you find that indeed there is synergy and clear synergy between fermentation fruitiness, so the fruitiness that is produced by the yeast, and the perceived fruitiness that is produced by the yeast in combination with the hops. So there is actually interaction between the hops and the yeast, and in this case, a more fruity yeast will deliver also a more I would say fruity hop perception in this case. So here, if you remove the factor that's shown here now, you see that it looks a bit different, obviously, the clustering, because you removed one active variable, one of these red factors, but then you see that all these, the three interesting yeasts now cluster on the right. This is the upper right picture, K97, S189, and S33. And these three are still, so they are all fruity, but they have still, they are still discriminant because they have a different fruitiness. And this is concluded in almost the last slide. You can go to the next one, please. Which is basically a sum up of the flavor result of the cascade versus yeast interaction study. That is, if you want to produce a beer or tropical notes, the best option would be to go for K97. If you want to produce that has more like floral herbal notes, being perceived by the produced by the hop, but also perceived by you as a person, it's better to go for S189. And if you want to have a more fruity perception, then you have to go for S33 is the best option, actually, because this one will push out the most tropical fruity banana flavors. And this came out of this study. And this brings me to the conclusions. You can go to the next one, please, of this study. I realize I showed you quite a lot of information and results, So if you have questions, you can always contact me later on. I'm now also here for some questions, but I see we only have like 5 minutes left. Sorry for that.
Unfortunately, Gino, we're going to have to end very shortly.
Yeah.
But that was been an extremely informative and useful session for everyone, and presented a great deal for everyone to think about when making some decisions on yeast. I think the best thing to do is, there's your contact is there, and people can contact you directly for questions if they have some. But sadly, well, it's definitely worked up a thirst for me, and we've got an excellent tasting session coming up next. So stay tuned for that. But thank you very much again, Gino, for your time.
You're welcome. And if people have questions, they can always, ask them in the chat if they want.
Hi guys, and welcome to our last session for today, which is a brilliant tasting session. I'm sure you've been looking forward to this. This is going to be a British beer styles tasting, looking at best bitter, porter and English barley wine. This is with Natalia Watson, who's a beer educator and beer sommelier. She was actually my tutor when I did my beer sommelier exam, so she definitely knows her stuff, and I can vouch for her as an educator. So yeah, very happy to hand over to Natalia. Natalia, please take it away.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, you're probably going to feel a bit like you're back in class today. So hi, everyone. My name is Natalia. I am a beer educator, author, and podcast host, as Neil mentioned. I am a qualified beer sommelier and advanced cicerone, and I have my own virtual beer school. So basically, I teach people about beer for a living. I absolutely love it, and I just want everyone to love beer as much as I do. So what we're going to talk about today, while this is billed as a tutored tasting, I know that you all know, as beer professionals, a lot about beer. So we're going to talk through the 3 beers that Neil has mentioned, our best bitter, our English porter, and our English barley wine. But I'm also going to talk to you a little bit about how to host a tasting. So that's what we're going to start with first. So I will say, I don't want to have anyone waiting too long when it comes to enjoying their beer. That's an important part about most tastings. Get a beer in hand and allow people to enjoy it. So the first beer that we're tasting is our best bitter. So do feel free to pour yourself some of the Darwin's Origin from Salopian Brewery and have a bit of a taste, just while I talk through some initial pointers about why we would want to do beer tastings, some of the education elements, the advocacy elements, and then also an all-important interactive element and how we can fold that in. It won't be a part of today's, as this is a one-way stream, but whenever you do your tastings in person or online, it's really an important thing to include. So please do enjoy some beer. And what I would like to talk to you about is that we will cover both in-person and virtual events. All of the work I used to do pre-pandemic in terms of teaching people about beer used to be in person, and I really didn't think that virtual was going to be a world we would ever talk about beer over, and that has completely changed. So all of my events have moved online. I now have a virtual beer school, and I really think that virtual events have worked really well for the beer space. Alternatively, though, we know that pubs are going to reopen soon, thank goodness. So we will speak to how to do in-person events as well, as a way to hopefully attract people back to your tap rooms, to your breweries, to your pubs, etc. So quickly, starting with why bother? Why would you want to do a tasting event? There are definite benefits for you as, a brewery, as a bar, etc. So when it comes to doing the virtual events, they're pretty easy because all you need to do is just send a box of beers out to your customer, and they're a really great way to have the beers land on their doorstep, and you can then connect with them over the internet. So it's a great way to just send them the beers, suggest they have a few glasses handy, and then share a virtual room, much like this one, where we're able to then talk through what the beers taste like, tell their stories. They get a chance to get to know you as the brewers of those beers better as well, etc. When it comes to events in the real world, though, there are a few other things that we can mention here. They're a really good way to increase footfall into your site, to increase sales of beers perhaps that people wouldn't have tried otherwise. They can help associate your brewery or your bar with beer expertise. They provide a really nice experiential element, as we know that that's often what customers are looking for. They're not just going to taste a beer, they want to have someone tell them what to taste and what they should be finding. And finally, they're a good way to use up styles that really aren't moving. So I don't mean using bad beer or out-of-date beer here. I just mean beer styles that may be a little bit more complex. So things that maybe people would need a bit more confidence to order. This is a great way to give them that confidence because you can then talk them through the beer. And as I've said, let them know what to expect. So either way, whether you're doing this in person or online, the main takeaways for me really are that we can use tasting events to build up an interest in your brewery and in your brand, but also in the beer category more broadly, and more importantly, in my mind, to educate people about beer. So we'll start with the beer education piece and then come back to this idea of brand and beer advocacy as well. When it comes to beer education, I always get frustrated in tasting events when people jump right in and start describing their beers as malty or hoppy. Not only are these words not all that helpful in terms of descriptions, if your customers or your, the people that are coming to your events don't know what malt and hops are, then these words are even less helpful. So it's really important that we start with that beer education piece, talking to people about what beer is made from. They may, of course, have heard of these words, but they may not really truly understand what they mean and the flavors that they can give to beer. So, of course, you will know these things as brewers and as beer professionals, so it's really important that we then take the time to explain them. So the two education elements I always include in my tastings are talking to people about how to taste beer and then talking to people about what beer is made from. Because this way, everyone's going to leave the tasting better educated about beer as a whole. So even if, hopefully this isn't the case, but say of the 3 beers you taste today, they still say, none of these are really the styles for me. They'll know that there are more beer styles out there, and they'll hopefully have an idea of the flavors that they like and dislike and the ingredients responsible for those flavors so that they can find a beer that they enjoy. So that's going to be the main focus today, really talking through how we talk about made from and how to taste it in an easy to access way, which then of course we can build on. If you've got a more educated group at your tasting, we can then meet them at their level and talk in more technical terms, but we always want to make sure that we start with the basic foundation so that everyone gets on the same page at the tasting. Then just coming back to this idea of brand advocacy, tastings are, as I've said, just a really good way for people to get to know you as a business and as a brewery. So you can tell your brand story. What made you set up the brewery? Why is it that you brew the styles that you do? Why does your design look the way that it does? What's the story behind the name of a specific beer? So again, it's not just about getting to know beer more broadly, but it's about getting to know you and what makes your products unique. Now I know that not everyone loves to be the face, and so it can be challenging because not everyone really enjoys public speaking. So if that is the case, if you don't necessarily feel very comfortable doing the brand advocacy part for yourself and the beer education piece, you can always bring in a professional. So bring in a certified cicerone, bring in a beer sommelier to cover the beer education piece. And then you just get to be there in your comfort zone talking about your brewery and your brand. Hopefully that should be something that comes naturally to you. And the reason I would recommend bringing in a trained professional is really because there is a lot of information out there about beer, and it's not necessarily always the right information. So if you bring in someone who is trained in talking to people, as I've said, about what beer is made from and how to taste it, then you'll make sure that you're passing on the right information to your consumers and that they can then pass on the right information because they're going to be so excited about beer that they're sharing the right information with everyone else that they speak to. Again, it really does associate your business with beer expertise. So in that sense, to look up a cicerone or a beer sommelier, the Cicerone certification program and the Beer Insider Academy will both have directories that you can go to, or you can reach out to me as well, and I'm happy to connect you with folks in your area. Touching on a few practical points now, the 2 key things to always make sure that you think about, besides the beer, of course, are glassware and water. So we want to make sure if you're doing an in-person tasting, I recommend that you have 1 glass per beer. If that's not possible though, you can reuse the same glass. Just make sure that you provide water and dump buckets so people can rinse the glass in between the beers. And then also always make sure that you provide water to people, not only to rinse their glass, but also to drink as a bit of a palate cleanser in between each of the beers. And then if you are doing a virtual tasting, so you wouldn't be providing these things, just encourage people to have a glass handy when they join you for the virtual tasting, have some water handy as well, etc. And the last piece is the interactive element. Now, this can't be included today because this is a one-way stream. You can, of course, participate via the chat, but that's not the same. So it's really important to make people a part of your tasting events. And there are several different ways that we can do it. Again, either in person or if you're in the same virtual room when you get to see all of your attendees. So a really good way to start your tasting is simply just by asking people, are you a beer fan? If so, you want to ask them what styles they like and maybe why they like those styles, maybe what breweries they enjoy, hopefully yours if they're there for your tasting. If they're not beer fans though, it's just as important to ask them, what do they drink? Because then you can start learning what flavors they like and hopefully tease out and find out styles for them that they might enjoy. So again, it might not be a style that you're talking about in the tasting that day, but you can then recommend other beers for them to taste as well, to hopefully win. Other things to do, one of which we'll attempt today, is doing a perfect pour. So demoing how to pour a beer and encouraging everyone to do the same. So we'll try that with beer number 2. You should already have beer number 1 in your glass and are hopefully enjoying it. So with beer number 2, we'll demo a perfect pour. Then you can get everybody doing the perfect pour to the camera or to you in person as a nice way to get everyone involved. If you can believe it, we're going to talk about how to taste a beer. As I've said, there are actually 5 ways to smell a beer. We're not going to cover all 5 today, but if you've got a really engaged group and they want to geek out a little bit more, you can talk them through the 5 different ways to smell a beer. Again, as I've said, I won't go into all the details just in the interest of time today, but I do have a YouTube video on it on my YouTube channel, so you can borrow that one and bring that into your tasting if you'd like. Another fun thing to do in an in-person tasting, we want to encourage people to find different aromas and flavors in their beer. And a helpful way to do that is actually by having different ingredients like fruits or herbs or spices or biscuits in front of you. So you can then have people sort of smell a beer and smell the various ingredients to see if they can identify those compounds. It can be very tricky for us to turn what we're smelling into a word. So if we have those little helpful hints in front of us, for our beer number 2, for example, we've got a porter. So maybe you have some coffee beans in front of you. That could be a nice way to help people identify the flavors during the tasting. And then finally, at the end, always take a vote and get people's preferences. So what style did they like best? Why did they like it? If there weren't any that they were a fan of, what would they prefer more of? Do you have a different beer that you didn't include in the tasting that you could recommend, etc.? So lots of different ways to make everyone feel a part, and then end the session making everyone feel like they know beer a lot better. So we are going to do a practice tasting essentially through the 3 beers. And my focus will really be, as I've said, on the education elements, because I know you all know what these styles are like. And, we're able to then go to the breweries and learn their stories. But I'd like to give you a way to then talk to people about beer's 4 ingredients and how we taste it in language that then is more accessible for attendees of all knowledge levels. So hopefully you've got beer number 1 in a glass. And we will go ahead and get started. So in today's British beer tasting, we are going to talk about 3 classic British styles: the best bitter, the English porter, and the English barley wine. We are going to be tasting, first up, Salopian Brewery's Darwin's Origin, which is a 4.3% best bitter. Then we're going to move on to Starwing Brewery's Stained Glass Blue Porter, which is a 5.4% porter. And then we will end, thank goodness it's the end of the day, with a lovely barley wine. This is Bodger's barley wine from Chiltern Brewery, and it is 8.5% ABV, so quite a strong one to end with. And the goal today is not just to let you know about these 3 beers, but all beer in general and how to best describe it. So we're going to talk about first what beer is made from, move into how to taste beer like a pro, and then throughout tell the stories behind each of these beers and beer styles as we go. So first up, when it comes to what beer is made from, I always like to start here because then it allows us to know what flavors are even possible to find within beer. And while most people know that wine comes from grapes and cider comes from apples, but if you ask people what beer comes from, it's a little bit more difficult to answer, but that's where it gets all of its complexity. So that's what we're going to go through today. So we're going to stick to wine and cider for just a moment, as this is a way to help understand what are the different components that we need to make a fermented alcoholic beverage. So we know, as I've said, wine comes from grapes and cider comes from apples. So both of these fruits are pressed or juiced, and they produce this sweet liquid or juice that is then fermented by yeast. So really, to make any sort of fermented alcoholic beverage, we need 3 key components. We need that sweet liquid or juice, so we need that source of sugar. Then we need yeast to ferment that sugar, which is going to turn the sugar into alcohol and carbon dioxide. And then we need a liquid environment for the reaction to happen in. So with wine and cider, grapes and the apples are going to give us the sugar and the liquid in the form of juice. And then, bonus, the skin of fruit is a natural habitat for yeast. So really simply by pressing these fruits, we have everything we need to make wine or cider a fermented alcoholic beverage. Beer is not so simple. There is no one single fruit or vegetable that we can press or juice. In fact, there's no one single ingredient that's responsible for making beer. Beer is made up of 4 different ingredients, and so we're going to talk through each of them today. They are malt, water, yeast, and hops. And the great thing about these ingredients is by varying how we use these 4 ingredients in a beer, we can produce over 100 different styles. So again, when people tell me I don't like beer, I just say you haven't tried the right one yet. So what we're going to do quickly now is talk through each of those 4 ingredients, what they do for us in beer, and the flavors that they can bring to a beer. So first up, we're going to talk about our sugar source, and that is malt or malted barley. Now, whenever we harvest barley from the field, it's not quite ready to use in brewing. So we put it through a process called malting, and that helps to make the sugars accessible for the brew. And all important, it's the final step of the malting process where we apply heat to the grains. And the length of time and the temperature of this heat exposure is then going to determine the colors that the malt will introduce to the beer and the flavors that the malt will introduce to the beer. So just as an idea, here's a few options of malt color. So we can go from the palest gold color all the way down to the darkest black. And these different colors of our beer, gold to amber to black, will then give us a clue as to the different flavors we might expect. With gold beers having flavors of white bread or water cracker, amber beers we may find some biscuit, toast, or caramel, and dark beers will go looking for coffee and chocolate. So starting with our beer here, we can see it's got a lovely amber copper color. So we know when we go to taste it that we should be finding things like toast, caramel, or biscuit, and those are coming from the malt, which is also giving it its color. Moving on to ingredient number 2, that is our water. And so that is the liquid environment that we use for the fermentation reaction, but water does a lot more than just provide an environment for fermentation. Water makes up over 90% of an average pint of beer. And it doesn't just give us the liquid, the ability to drink the beer, it also can provide flavors because of the minerals that it contains. Now, this was really important historically, and this is why certain beer styles developed in the places that they did, which is important with porter, and we'll talk about that with beer number 3. But these days, brewers can adjust their water chemistry, they can add minerals or remove minerals to best suit the styles that they want to brew. So we're not going to go more into water chemistry today, probably thank goodness for most of you, but if you have any questions on it, please feel free to ask. The next ingredient, ingredient number 3, is yeast. And really, without yeast, we would not have beer. So yeast is the agent of fermentation. It's a microorganism that's responsible for turning sugar into alcohol and carbon dioxide. And there are several different families of yeast that we can use in brewing, and they will really impact the flavors of our beer. So the 3 main families of beer that we think about are ale, lager, and mixed fermentation. When it comes to lagers, they use lager yeast. And this yeast prefers cooler fermentation temperatures. So the reaction takes a little bit longer, and really it's just going to produce some booze and some bubbles, our alcohol and our carbon dioxide, no additional flavor compounds. So something like a Munich Helles or a Czech Pilsner, they're made with lager yeast, so they tend to be described as having a clean fermentation profile. That simply means we're not getting any additional flavors that we might find from ale yeast. So moving on to ale yeast, of course, beers in the ale family will be brewed with ale yeast. And these yeast work at slightly warmer fermentation temperatures. So the reaction happens a little bit faster, and it will also produce, in addition to the booze and the bubbles, some fruity flavors and spicy flavors. All of the beers that we're tasting today are ales, so we may look for a little complementary fruity note in the beers that we're tasting. And the interesting thing, there are over 1,500 different strains of ale yeast, so the ale family is very broad. It includes the beers we're tasting today, as I've mentioned, the best bitter, which we have now, but it also includes the Belgian Saison, the German wheat beer, the American pale ale, so lots of variety within the ale family. Finally, we've got the mixed fermentation beers, and these are really unique because they use a mix of brewer's yeast plus wild yeast and bacteria. So that wild yeast and bacteria will give sour or funky flavors to beer styles. We don't have any to taste today, but if you'd like to give these a go, some examples are things like the Berliner Weiss, the Gose, or the Goose. So lots of variety coming through from whatever yeast strain that we choose. And I know I mentioned that most fermented alcoholic beverages just need those 3 components. We need our sugar, we need our yeast, and we need the liquid environment. But beer has one extra ingredient that is unique to it, and that is hops. So just to show you what hops look like, I know all of you will be well familiar, but this is what I often show off to folks who join for tastings. So they're these lovely green cones, and they grow up on a vine, a hop plant. And we add them to our beer because they give us bitterness, aroma, and flavor. And when we add them to the brew determines what flavors they will introduce. Another really interesting thing about hops is where they are grown will change the flavors that they can bring to beer. So American hops tend to be more described as flavors of citrus, pine, and resin, while British hops often tend to have flavors that are more earthy, herbal, or woodsy. So in the beers that we're tasting today, most of them contain British hops, but we do have a few other hop types used in the first beer that we're tasting. It isn't just limited to British hops, so we can look for a variety of different hop aromas and flavors coming from the hops that are included in these beers. And yes, with the craft beer movement, hops are a very popular ingredient, so certainly one that most people are going to be talking about when they do their tastings. So just to recap what we've gone through, in brewing, malt provides the sugar that yeast ferments into alcohol and carbon dioxide in a liquid environment provided by water, and hops bring the bitterness to help balance out malt sweetness. They also bring lots of aroma and flavor too, as we've mentioned. So really, we've got these 4 ingredients, but as we tweak them and as we use light malts versus dark malts, American hops versus British hops, ale yeast versus lager yeast, we can create over 100 different beer styles. There is so much variety out there. And I think that's a really important thing to impart to anybody who joins you for a tasting, because just if there is a beer they don't love, know that there will be one just around the corner waiting for them to discover. So we've talked about a few of the points in this beer in particular as we went through what beer is made of, but just to sum it up and talk through a tasting of the Darwin's Origin. This will really be focused on its ingredients because we haven't gone through how to taste yet. We'll do that next. So in terms of the malts used in this style, we are going to be using typical pale ale malts and caramel malts. So that's going to give us lovely flavors of toast and biscuit and caramel, as I've mentioned. When it comes to the hops, normally a best bidder would use all British hops, but this one uses a mix of different hops. And what's really unique about this one, we've got quite a fruit-forward note on the nose, and it's very lemony. So hopefully you picked up on that characteristic. There's a lovely lemony freshness and then some floral notes to complement. When we taste the beer as well, we can definitely notice the bitterness on the palate coming from the hops, but there is a lot of malt sweetness there as well. And then finally, there should be some complementary, subtle fruity characteristics coming from the ale yeast that is used. So in sum, what we are looking for from a best bidder is a low strength, pale English ale that has an emphasis on hop bitterness over hop flavor with some pleasant caramel malt characteristics as well. Talking a little bit more specifically about this beer and the history of the style and the history of this beer in particular, we can then move into sharing some historical fun facts, things like how the best bitter originated, which is really this idea that it came about as a less bitter and lower strength version of the English India Pale Ale in the late 1800s. We can talk about that it's traditionally served on cask, which is a nice opportunity to then explain the difference between cask and keg. And then with this beer, I should model the bottle again. With Darwin's Origin from Salopian, why is it called that? Well, it was first brewed in 2009, and it took on the name Darwin's Origin because that was, of course, the bicentennial of Darwin's birth, and he is from Shrewsbury, much like the brewery. So loads of lovely stories, not only about the beer style, but this beer itself. So this is when we would go into all of those details and talk about why is it that this was, an important historical figure for the town? Why did you choose to name a beer after him? Why did you choose to use the hops that you chose, etc. So we can go from the education piece into the specifics of your beer, and then zoom back out and move on to the education piece again. So in the interest of time, we're now going to move on to talk about how to taste beer, and we will do that with beer number 2. So go ahead and, if you haven't poured it yet, grab a clean glass and your stained glass blue porter. So we're going to do a little interactive element if you are ready. I will show you how to pour a beer. I'm not going to fill my glass all the way full because we will be swirling our glass, so keep that in mind, so don't fill it to the top. But whenever you pour a beer, what we want to do is just tilt the glass at a 45-degree angle, pour down the side until it's about halfway full, and then we start straightening to get a nice head of foam on top. So there you go. Hopefully everyone's got a glass of stained glass blue porter ready. And what we're going to do here is talk about how to taste beer. So beer tasting is a little bit more complex than just taking a sip. To taste beer like a pro, we actually have 4 steps to go through. We want to think about what our beer looks like, smells like, tastes like, and feels like. Now, I know you all know a little bit about beer since we just went through its ingredients, but you don't need to be a pro to get good at beer tasting. We all eat, drink, and experience different flavors on a daily basis, so we're just putting those skills to use in a more focused effort to figure out what the flavors are in our beer. So first up, we want to look at our beer. The reason we do this is the beer color can potentially set some expectations for the flavors and textures that we might find. Gold colored beers, as I've mentioned, tend to have flavors that are more white bread or water cracker or water biscuit. Amber colored beers, like the one we just had, tend to have flavors of biscuit, toast, or caramel, while darker beers, like this one here, we'd expect to find chocolate and coffee. The next thing we want to look at is, can we see through our beer? It's really tough with this one. We won't be able to make a call until we taste it. But if you've got a lighter colored beer, if we can see right through it versus if it is hazy, meaning we can't see through it, we'll expect slightly different properties for the mouthfeel or the texture of that beer. So hazy beers like a New England IPA or like a German wheat beer, because we can't see through them, we know that they're going to have a fuller body and a creamier texture compared to clear beers that we can see through. So again, the first step, looking at our beer, is all about really just assessing it so we can set expectations, as I've said, for flavors and textures that we'll find. So we're going to move on to talking about flavor. And the key thing to do first for all of my tastings is to actually define it. So flavor, interestingly, is a combination of aroma plus taste. We only have 5 basic tastes, but we can pick up on thousands of different aromas. So it's the combination of the two that gives us flavor. So what we want to do is first assess our beer's aroma. The way that we do that is simply give the glass a swirl, hence my warning to not fill it to the top. So swirl your glass, bring it to your nose, and take a short sniff for 1 to 2 seconds. And I'm a notoriously bad swirler. I honestly don't know how I do this for a living. I just can't swirl a beer. So swirl, bring to your nose, take a short sniff. And if you would like, again, key interactive element here, this is when we get people to start talking about what they're smelling. So feel free to write it in the chat if you're so inclined. The reason we want to swirl our glass is because that will bring the bubbles up and out of the glass and bring them to our nose. And what do those bubbles contain? Aroma molecules, because we detect aroma in air. Now, if you're not getting a ton of aroma right away, you can cup the glass in your hands to warm the liquid slightly. That will help more aroma to come out. You could also try the covered sniff, where you put your hand on top of the glass as an alternative approach. But it may just be that, we all have individual levels of flavor perception, so you may not actually be smelling a ton. One thing I like to recommend here is to just think back to your everyday flavor experiences. So did you have a cup of coffee for breakfast? Are you smelling any roasted notes in the beer? Maybe you had a piece of toast. Are we finding any toast aromas or freshly baked bread aromas? Things like that. So thinking back through our everyday flavor experiences is helpful. Another thing to note is you might be smelling something and just say, oh, what's the word for that? It's on the tip of my tongue. That's really common. So as I mentioned, it's really hard for us to translate what we're smelling into the words to describe it. That's because the aromas are processed by emotion and memory centers of our brain, not the higher thinking centers of the brain responsible for vocabulary. So we can smell things and not really know exactly the word to put to it, but just say whatever is coming to mind, because often we might be calling on a memory. So it may be that you think of that cup of coffee you had at that great little cafe somewhere when you were on holiday. You may think, why the heck am I thinking about that now? But it's because your brain's trying to get you to say coffee. So all these different pathways might work to get us to start thinking about flavor. So I often hear people say, oh, I'm just not good at describing the flavor of a beer. That's okay. It's something we can work on, and it's something that's difficult for everybody. So now we finally get to taste our beer. This is step 3, and this is part 2 of the flavor equation. So when it comes to tasting our beer, we have 5 basic tastes, as I mentioned: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami or savory. We have receptors for all of them across the tongue. So it's important when you taste a beer to take a sip, give the liquid a slight swish so it coats the whole palate, and then be sure to swallow your beer, because flavor perception continues after swallowing, particularly for bitterness, which is an important component in most beers. So go ahead and take a taste of your beer if you would like to. I'm going to have one because I know this is really tasty. I've tried it earlier. And the thing to think about here is, in most beers, we can have some beers that have sourness. That's going to come in those mixed fermentation beers. We can have some beers that will have salinity. That's unique to a style called a Gosa. We can even have beers that taste slightly savory in long-aged bottle-conditioned beers. But for the most part, we're looking for sweetness from the malt and bitterness from the hops, and some level of balance between the two. So think about the bitterness in your cup of coffee. Maybe you add sugar to sweeten your coffee. What's the balance that you're detecting here in this particular beer? Then we want to move on to talking about the texture of our beer. So this is step 4, thinking about the mouthfeel or the texture of the beer. So things to think about here are, what does the body of the beer feel like? Is it full like milk or thin like water when it sits on your tongue? Is there any prickly carbonation like you're drinking a glass of champagne, or is it flatter like an old can of soda? Is there any alcohol warmth? Do you feel that warming sensation like you've had a sip of a strong cocktail? Now we will taste that in beer number 3. You shouldn't get too much alcohol warmth in beer number 2. And that determine, is it a winter warmer that you sit by the fire to warm up with? Or is this a spritzy, thirst-quenching beer that you want to have on a really hot day in summer? Those things come down to the mouthfeel or the texture of the beer. So we have gone through the 4 elements of what a beer tasting entails, looking at our beer, smelling it, tasting it, and thinking about the feel of the beer. But it's important to always take a moment to just think about the beer after you've gone through all of that. So did the flavors and textures meet the expectations that were set by the initial appearance? What were some of the prominent aromas and tastes? Was the body thin? Was the body full? And finally, did you enjoy it? Is this a beer that you would drink again? So what we're going to do is talk through a tasting of this beer, folding in what we've just learned about beer's ingredients, so we can talk about the flavors we're finding and the sources of those flavors. So with this beer in particular, of course, it's got a nice dark brown color, so we know that's going to be coming in from the malt. So we're using dark malts here to give this beer its unique dark brown color. And interestingly, it also gives a little bit of color to the head of foam on the beer too. So it's got that tan color as opposed to a more pale white color that we may see in something like a lager. In terms of the aromas and flavors that we're looking for here, we're expecting to find things like milk chocolate, cocoa powder, a little bit of caramel, perhaps a slight roasted note, as I've mentioned coffee a few times. And again, those will also come from the dark malts that are used here. But there will still be some underlying sweetness. When we make a dark beer, we only use a small amount of dark malt. The rest of the malt bill is going to be made up of pale malts for that sugar. So we will still get a nice bit of bread and toast here too. In terms of the hops, we're going to be using all British hops, so we should be expecting a nice light earthy quality to the beer. And then finally, it is an ale, so there will be some subtle fruity aromas here as well. In terms of taste, again, as I've mentioned, for the most part, we're looking for malt sweetness or hop bitterness and finding the balance between the two. This beer style, the English Porter, is typically pretty evenly balanced between sweetness and bitterness, but depending on the style and the brewer's individual interpretation, sometimes they may tilt theirs a little bit more towards bitterness or a little bit more towards the malt sweetness. And in terms of texture, we're looking for a medium body and a medium level of carbonation. And you may be thinking, how do I know what's medium versus high or low? You'll learn that as you taste different beers. So the next beer that we're tasting is going to have a much fuller body, so that will be our point of comparison. So hopefully you will all agree that this is a great example of a classic English porter. And what we're looking for in that style really is, it is a dark English ale that has mild roast character, and it often has flavors of chocolate and caramel. So this is definitely one of my favorite styles. I love this. It's got all the dessert flavors I would want in a beer. Again, moving back then to this specific beer, telling its story, telling the history of the style. Some of the fun facts we can share about porter in general are that it originated here in London in the 1700s. And I say here because I'm based in London. The dark malts in the beer fit well with the hard water in London. So again, we could go into that story and how water influences beer's flavor. We can also talk about the fact that porter gave rise to stout because stout began as a stouter kind of porter. So lots of different history fun facts. And then with this beer in particular, we can talk about the Starwing Brewery, how they set up in 2015 in Suffolk, what their story is, why they've chosen this name. So again, it allows us to then go into the specifics of the beer in hand. All right, so now we're going to move on to beer number 3. And this is when I hand it over to you. So now that you've learned what beer is made from and how to taste it, we're going to take our Chiltern Brewery barley wine, pour it into your glass, and I'll just give you a moment. I won't spend too long because I know we're not too interactive here, but I want you to think about what the beer looks like, smells like, tastes like, and feels like, and perhaps the sources of those different flavors, and then we'll go through a full tasting. And of course, just another reminder, feel free to leave any questions about anything in the chat, and we'll get to those very shortly. And I'll just take a breather because I know I had a lot to say and I've been talking very fast at you, so you may need to watch this on slow-mo if you want to watch it again. Okay, so hopefully you've all had to think about your beer. I've got mine here. So let's talk through a tasting. So for beer number 3, our English barley wine, we have a lovely deep gold, almost amber color, and a slight haze on the beer as well, which is natural as this beer has been bottle conditioned. So that means there's a little bit of yeast in the beer when it's bottled, and that will help to develop the carbonation in the beer, but it may give a slight haze to the beer as well. In terms of the aromas and flavors that we're expecting, oh my goodness, we've got it all going on here. So we've got complex and intense flavors that are coming from the malt, from the yeast, and from the hops. In terms of the malt contribution, I'll take another taste, but I have tasted the beer before we got started. We've got a really lovely honey sweetness that's coming through from the malt here. Then when it comes to the yeast characteristics, lots of dried fruits. So I'm getting things like sultanas and raisins. So hopefully you're picking up on some of those dried fruit characteristics as well. Again, that will come from the ale yeast that's used here. And then when it comes to the hops, this beer uses all English hops. So we're getting some really nice floral and spicy characteristics. And there's also a definite detectable slight taste of alcohol in this one too, coming from that stronger ABV in this beer. In terms of the taste, there is a lot of sweetness. So for me, it balances slightly towards the malt sweetness, but we've got a lot of bitterness and we've got a lot of alcohol there to help balance out that sweetness so it doesn't become too cloying. We still want to go back for more. And then in terms of the body of this beer, or the texture, this one definitely has a fuller body compared to beer number 2. So if you've got them both still, you can go back to beer number 2 and revisit it. And what that means is this one just sits a little bit heavier on the palate. It feels a little bit more dense. And then also we've got that noticeable alcohol warmth here, which we didn't pick up in our previous beers as they were all below 7%. Then we can move on to describe what we would expect from an English barley wine overall. So really this is a strong English ale that's going to have complex and intense flavors coming from its malt, yeast, and hop contributions. It's got a lovely full body and that alcohol warmth. So this is the real winter warmer of the bunch. Moving on to describe what's special about this beer, I think I want to know who Bodger is. So that would be something that the Chiltern Brewery team could go into. Who's the namesake of this beer? And also it's really interesting, if you read the back of it, it describes how it was based on a very strong India Pale Ale. So this dates back to these very sort of strong, long-aged beers that would have been brewed on countryside manors in England in the 1700s. And these beers would have given us the origin for the India Pale Ale and for the English barley wine. So there's a lot of history that we could talk about and uncover from a style like this. So I know we weren't able to go into great detail on each of the 3 beers that we tasted, but hopefully you have figured out a way to weave in the education component, moving into the beer at hand, back to the education component, onto the next beer, etc. And really you can see that in a tasting, we can provide so much information, not just about 3 beers that we are tasting, but also about beer more broadly so that your customers can come away from it better educated. So the one thing I didn't get to do, as I've mentioned, is really include that interactive element. So again, you can ask your participants if they're beer fans, and if not, what do they like to drink? How can we find a favorite for them? Encourage everyone to pour the beer together. Encourage everyone to vote at the end on what their favorite was. So folding those things in will really help people to get more out of it. So, oh my goodness, Neil, did we have any questions come in? We'll find out if you have any questions, anything.
Everyone's talking about the beers and enjoying the beers. I actually flashed up on screen for a couple of minutes as well. We had some technical difficulties and I appeared on screen for a couple of minutes. So apologies for that if I was sat there looking slightly confused. I mean, one thing I was kind of thinking as I was looking at this, we're doing a obviously British beer tasting today, and we're going to do an international tasting styles tomorrow. And obviously, a lot of these British beer styles have now been kind of brewed by other countries, particularly in America. And the porter and the barley wine, particularly, well, as well as India Pale Ale, but particularly those 2 styles, they've been kind of taken by the American market and made something entirely different. So in terms of the way that you would describe kind of tasting notes, comparing a British porter, an American porter, and a kind of British barley wine, American barley wine, what differences should people be looking for?
Yeah, that's a great point. I always say in the American interpretations, they're brewed with American ingredients and American attitude. So they tend to use American hops and a lot more of them, and they tend to be a lot boozier as well. So really the things to emphasize when you're tasting the British versions of these beers is the more subtle nature of the flavors. It really allows us to explore the contributions of British hops, the contributions of British malt. The American hops are so much more punchy, dedicated to citrus and pine and resin. When we don't have those necessarily high volume hop characteristics in the British styles, it allows everything to interact in a different way. So I think it's about reminding people the difference in the intensity level of the hop flavor that's expected in the American versions. And in the British ones, it's about more celebrating some of the subtleties of the ingredients.
And a few people saying on the Bodger's barley wine that it's quite highly carbonated for the style. You know, you'd expect.
I noticed that as well, yeah.
Not to be kind of that highly carbonated, but this one is, and also a few people saying there's a slight kind of tartness in the finish. Do you think that's because it's based on that kind of stronger India Pale Ale style?
Yeah, I noticed the high carbonation too when I went to pour mine. I was like, oh wow, that's unexpected. It could just be from the bottle conditioning, you know, in the sense that there is going to be, of course, live yeast in there that's creating the high carbonation in the style. When we think about Belgian beers that are bottle conditioned, high carbonation is totally expected. So while it's not always expected in the English interpretations, it's likely just coming about from that bottle conditioning.
And I think also with a beer like that, obviously it's designed to be, you know, most people are going to be buying these beers and probably laying them down for a little bit of time. Could it be that it's perhaps a little bit fresh and it maybe needs a little bit more time in bottle or something like that to kind of settle down?
Yeah, I think it had a 2022 date on there, so we've got plenty of time to enjoy it. And bottle conditioned high ABV beers age very well, so that could be one that you may want to choose to age and enjoy at a later date. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I think that was probably it in terms of questions. Like I said, everyone was kind of talking about the beers and discussing what they thought.
I'm gonna go look through the chat, see what everyone's saying.
Yeah, and it'd be great if you could do that. I mean, one of the things people were saying on the porter, kind of as you would expect, there was kind of a really strong kind of roasty, smoky note on that. Is there any smoked malt in that beer, or is that just kind of coming from the darker malts?
Porters characteristically have a more restrained roast character. That's what sets them apart from the stout, which is then going to have that higher roast character, more dark malt, more smoke. I did definitely notice a little bit of subtle smokiness when I first tasted it. I don't find much of it now going back to it, but yeah, it's likely just from the dark malts that it's possible for there to be that little bit of a smoky element from the high heat that these malts are exposed to when they're made.
Yeah, and I suppose as well, some of that kind of, well, Palmer's Brewery made this point that perhaps some of that kind of chocolate malt is giving it that kind of dry finish as well. You get that kind of slight astringency, dry finish with some of those darker roasted malts.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like I always think of Fuller's London Porter as the classic example of an English porter, and it's very much milk chocolate and caramel. It's a lot softer. So this is a little bit more intense than that. I wouldn't necessarily say it's stout-like, because we would expect more robust flavors, but I suppose we should remind everyone they have labeled this a robust porter, so therefore we should expect a little bit more intensity coming from the malt characteristics.
No, that was great. Now, that was incredibly interesting. It was great to hear as well about how brewers should approach tastings in the tap rooms and how they should approach describing these beers to people. As you said, I'm sure that most of us know what a kind of a porter and a barley wine will taste like. But it's interesting to hear actually the different ways in which we can approach that subject with customers or with people that have not got that knowledge. That was really, really interesting. Just want to say thank you on behalf of SIBA and everyone that's been watching today. It was incredibly interesting.
I'm sorry for going through it so fast. I was racing against the clock. But thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Nat. Thanks again. And I think that's it for today, guys. So we'll be finishing for today, starting again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then we've got the business awards tomorrow night. So a slightly later one tomorrow night, 6 till 7, which is late for us at the moment, isn't it? So yeah, we'll see everyone tomorrow morning. Thanks again.